This is the mic test for the Seoul 2025 International Conference. We have two sessions slated for today. The first session is titled From Restoration to Resilience Waterfront Projects in Cities Around the World. The second session is Which Cities Endure Challenges of Sensible Waterfront Urbanisms. We have many experts from home and abroad joining us today.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, starting at 1:30, we will begin the Water Seoul 2025 International Conference. I would like to ask all our participants to please fill the seats from the front row. Also, I would like to ask that you switch your cell phones to silent mode. We are providing simultaneous interpretation for this conference. Please press channel 1 for Korean, and for English, please press channel 2. Please use the receivers set before you. Please switch on the receiver using the power button. Also, when you leave your seats, we'd like to ask that you kindly leave the receivers at your seats. This conference promotes interaction between the audience and
코드 스캔을 통해서 참여하실 수 있겠습니다. 여러분들의 많은 참여 부탁드리고요. 또 세션별 발표 자료와 연사 소개도 해당 QR코드 안에 들어가시면
please use the QR code to get information about our speakers and the sessions. Please enter the venue and take your seats.
여러분의 안전을 위해 비상시 대피로를 알려드립니다. 지금 여러분께서 계신 곳은 본관 다목적 홀입니다. 안전한 대피를 위해 여러분이 계신 곳과 가장 가까운 출구와 피난 계단의 위치를 확인하여 주시기 바랍니다. 비상시에는 화살표 방향으로 신속하게 대피하여 주시기 바랍니다. 비상 대피 시 주의사항을 알려드리겠습니다. 화재 시에는 물에 젖은 손수건 등으로 코와 입을 막고 자세를 최대한 낮추어 이동하여 주시기 바랍니다. 엘리베이터 탑승은 위험하니 반드시 안전한 피난 계단을 이용해 주세요. 소화기와 소화전의 위치는 다음과 같습니다. 소화기 사용 방법입니다. 소화기를 바닥에 두고 안전핀을 뽑아줍니다. 호스를 빼고 노즐을 불 쪽으로 향해 줍니다. 손잡이를 눌러 분말을 골고루 분사해 줍니다. 서울시는 시민의 안전을 최우선으로 생각합니다. 즐겁고 안전한 방문 되시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 참석해 주신
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we will begin the WaterSoul 2025 International Conference shortly at 1:30. We will have the opening ceremony and the keynote speech session. I'd like to ask all participants to join us inside and take your seats. Also, we kindly ask that you check your phones to see if they are on vibration mode or silent mode. We are providing simultaneous interpretation for this conference. For Korean, please press channel 1. For English, press channel 2. For those of you who would like to use this service, please turn on the receivers set in front of you and select the language of your choice. Also, when you leave us, please remember to leave the receivers on the table where you found them. Also, we are promoting an interactive conference between participants and audience. Please check your wristband for QR codes. If you scan the QR code, you can take part in the Q&A. Here on the screen, you can find the same QR code as well. We look forward to your participation. Here you can find introductions of our speakers and also their presentation material. We will begin shortly. I'd like to ask everybody to please take their seats as they come in. Thank you.
물이 흐릅니다. 334km에 이르는 서울 75개의 하천. 그 물길은
are reborn as peaceful retreat in everyday life. Close to the city center, by the waters that have come back to life, people ride bicycles, read books, and children's laughter echoes through the air. Here, every day feels like a picnic, a city where nature and human emotions coexist. This is the Waterfront City. Seoul has reimagined its urban spaces in harmony with water. Starting with the Cheonggyecheon restoration, marking a shift in urban management, followed by the 2006 Hangang Renaissance, enjoyed by all, the 2022 Tributary Renaissance, which drove innovation in the urban structure, and finally the 2023 Waterfront City that has become part of citizens' everyday life. Seoul's waterways are no longer just a space, they're becoming vibrant places to feel, enjoy, and experience in everyday life. Cheonggyecheon, named for its clear flowing waters, was once pushed aside by urbanization and industrialization, hidden beneath layers of asphalt. In October 2005, the overpass that blocked the city center was removed, and the long-forgotten stream at the heart of Seoul came back to life. Cheonggyecheon now welcomes 20 million visitors every year, becoming a symbol of restoration where people meet nature and a beloved destination for both local and international tourists. Following the Cheonggyecheon restoration, Seoul has continued its journey of waterfront renewal. The Hangang Renaissance gave rise to Som Sevet and the Moonlight Rainbow Fountain, while the waterfront city turned Seoul's small streams into hubs of culture, economy, and everyday relaxation, fueling balanced north-south development across Seoul. Hongjacheon, the first waterfront city project. A parking lot and warehouse across from Hongjae Waterfall were turned into a waterfront cafe, which has now become one of the Seoul's most popular spots. Dorimcheon, now a hub for economic revitalization. Shunan Market and Sundae Town, once divided by Dorimcheon, were reconnected through road restructuring, and waterfront cafes were made, seamlessly linking the waterfront with local businesses and boosting their regional economy. Mukdongcheon, a peaceful retreat scented with roses. The Mukdongcheon area now features rose cafes and performance venues, establishing itself as a platform for local culture. Anyangcheon, now a family-friendly camping park. A stream-side features a full picnic area for camping and a snack bar to enjoy ramen, making it a popular destination for families. In the era of climate crisis, waterfronts are emerging as key assets of urban retreat, and their value shines more than ever. A city where people, nature, and water breathe together in the future will prove its worth for generations to come. We focus on waterfronts within the city, uniting people and nature through urban and water resilience. This year, under the theme, Uniting People and Nature Through Urban and Water Resilience, we highlight the future of Waterfront City and explore ways for building truly resilient urban environments, bringing together leading experts and scholars from Korea and around the world, transitioning into a resilient city through water and waterfronts. Global waterfront projects going beyond infrastructure renewal to restore lives of citizens. Envisioning the future of Seoul's waterfront city, infusing daily life with emotion. Feel, enjoy, and experience in everyday life. This is the vision for transforming into a waterfront city. Uniting people and nature through urban and water resilience. Watersoul 2025 International Conference. It begins now.
감성
Sensibility, everyday life. This is the city of Seoul, and a city which is a gift in itself is the Seoul city. I would like to welcome all of you to Waterfront Seoul, and I would like to also welcome all of our distinguished guests and participants to the 2025 Water Seoul International Conference. I am Cho Ju-yeon. I will be the MC for this conference. We now stand in front of a new entrance of a new era that connects cities, nature, people, and water. Waterfront Seoul is now taking a look at the future of the city through the keyword resilience. The Water Seoul 2025 International Conference seeks to find a solution to new cities where nature and people exist, and we plan to do so by focusing on three words: cities, water, and resilience. I hope that this serves as an opportunity for us all to be connected, and also I hope that we can all gather our wisdom together. The theme of this conference is uniting people and nature through urban and water resilience. So as we look ahead to the vision of Waterfront City Seoul, we will now begin the Water Seoul 2025 International Conference. Thank you very much. We will now begin the Water Seoul 2025 International Conference. We are here to take a look at the future direction and vision of waterfront cities, and we are joined by many experts and distinguished guests from home and abroad. I would like to first introduce the VIPs in attendance. First of all, we are joined by Mr. Kang Dong-il, who is the chairperson of the Urban Safety and Construction Committee of the Seoul Metropolitan Council. We're joined by Professor Park Jun-hong, professor of Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Yonsei University. We are also joined by Mr. Kim Yong-ho, Vice Chairperson of the Seoul Metropolitan Council. We are also joined by Vice Chairperson Park Chil-sung. Joining us today is a member of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, Song Hum-jae. Thank you very much and welcome. Now I would like to introduce our speakers and discussants. Our keynote speaker today is Professor Peter Rowe, who is a Raymond Garr Professor of Architecture and Urban Design of Harvard University Graduate School of Design. We are also joined by Professor Shin Jong-ho, who is a professor at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Konkuk University. He will be speaking in the first session. And joining us from the United States is Sean Donovan, who is the Environmental Sciences Department Manager of the San Antonio River Authority. And also joining us from very far is Ahmet Sachi, who is the advisor of the Turkish Water Institute. We are also joined by our discussants. Ki-ho Kim is the Professor Emeritus of the Department of Urban Planning and Design of the University of Seoul. We are also joined by Kim Il-hyung, professor at Kyungju National University. Mr. Park Hong-bong, Department Manager of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, will join us as a panelist as well. And also joining us as discussant is Kim Yoon-jin, Director of Strategy and Development of the World Water Council, and Lee Hee-jung also joins us as well. And Cho Kyung-jin, Professor of Seoul National University Graduate School of Environmental Studies, also joins us as well. And last but not least, in place of Mayor of Seoul, Oh Se-un, Mr. Chung Song-guk also joins us today. He is the Director General of the Water Circulation Safety Bureau. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome and thank all of you once again. With that, we would now like to get the conference underway in earnest. I would now like to invite Mayor of Seoul, Mr. Oh Se-hun, for the welcoming remarks. Unfortunately, he could not join us in person, but he did send us a video of his welcome remarks. So please, if you can direct your attention to the screen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all. I am Oh Se-hun, Mayor of Seoul. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the many water and urban policy experts from Korea and abroad, as well as to all the citizens for joining us today for this international conference. In 2005, Seoul made a bold decision. We removed the elevated highway that once ran through the heart of the city, and we restored the long-forgotten stream of Cheonggyecheon, returning it to the people. But this was more than just a revival of a single waterway. It was a restoration of urban ecology and for our citizens, a new place of rest and reflection in daily life. This transformation inspired Seoul to dream even bigger, from the Hangang Renaissance, which brought the Han River back to the center of city life, to the Waterside City Project, which connects smaller streams with riverside spaces, and now to the Great Han River Initiative, which envisions a citywide network of waterways. Seoul's approach has continued to evolve. Today, places like the Waterfall Cafe at Hongjaecheon and the Rose Cafe along Mokdongcheon shows how citizens can enjoy flowing water and green space in their everyday surroundings. Each of these changes may have seemed small at first, but together they have steadily and unmistakably reshaped our city. As a result, last year, Seoul was ranked 6th in the world for quality of life. What began with the restoration of a single stream has become a powerful current that is lifting the dignity of our city and enriching the lives of our people. I hope today's conference will mark a meaningful beginning, a place where Seoul's journey of transformation meets the experiences of cities around the world. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. From the Han River Renaissance to the waterfront city Seoul, we can see that Seoul is pursuing a resilience and also sensibility in its waterfront projects. And at the head of these projects is Mr. Oh Se-hun, the mayor of Seoul. Please put your hands together once again for the mayor. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Choi Ho-jung, chair of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, for her remarks. She has also sent us a video, so please direct your attention to the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Choi Ho-jung, chair of the Seoul Metropolitan Council. Time truly flies, and it is hard to believe that it has already been 20 years since the restoration of Cheonggyecheon. I would like to congratulate you on the meaningful opening of the Water Seoul 2025 International Conference. When Cheonggyecheon was returned to the people in 2005, at the heart of that achievement was the strong will of both the citizens and the city government to bring harmony between city and nature and to enrich the lives of our residents. Since then, Cheonggyecheon has established itself as a living ecosystem in the heart of the city. It has also become a beloved destination not only for Seoul citizens but also for visitors from around the world. In the era of climate change, urban waterfronts must go beyond being scenic spots or places for rest. They must serve as key infrastructure for disaster response, ecological connectivity, and citizen well-being. I look forward to the insights that today's experts from around the world will share, innovative experiences of waterfront development in various cities, and hope they offer practical ideas for strengthening Seoul's resilience through water. I would like to thank everyone who worked so hard to prepare today's conference, and the Seoul Metropolitan Council will continue to join in bringing together wisdom so that Seoul can move forward as a sustainable and vibrant waterfront city.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the warm words. Thank you very much for that wonderful congratulatory remarks to celebrate today's occasion. Now we will listen to the congratulatory address, first of all by Chairman Kang Dong-gil of the Seoul Metropolitan Council's Urban Safety and Construction Committee. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kang Dong-gil, Chair of the Urban Safety and Construction Committee of the Seoul Metropolitan Council. We celebrate the 11th International Conference today, especially in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Cheonggyecheon restoration. In that sense, it is all the more meaningful. Uniting people and nature through urban and water resilience is the theme of the Waterfront 2025 International Conference. I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of today's conference. With the accelerated urbanization, streams or rivers are no longer merely natural features. They have evolved into key assets that enrich the lives of the citizens. So, recovering the streams and making them accessible to the public where the citizens enjoy and feel, it is indeed the key element in making our cities all the more sustainable. In that sense, the Waterfront City project led by Seoul City, as well as the reviving the tributaries, hold a great significance. This project not only enhances the quality of lives of our citizens, but boosts the local economy and sheds light into the culture and history of Seoul. As for Hореmun, Seodaemun, Hongjacheon, Gurugu, Anyangcheon, and Mukdongcheon, these are the key examples. Now we have to think about the sustainable future of Seoul, and the direction should be the coexistence of humans and nature. I hope that through today's conference, we'll be able to shed more light on stream restoration and also seek ways to further develop waterfront spaces so that we can promote harmony between humans and nature. I hope that it will be an occasion for us to envision the future all together. Your insights and inputs will be incorporated into Seoul's policy development, and our council is also committed to making these possible. Once again, I would like to congratulate the opening of the Water Seoul 2025 International Conference, and I hope that this international conference will contribute to go beyond Seoul and to contribute to around the world. I would like to also thank Mayor Oh Se-un, the city officials, and those who have prepared the presentations and discussions for today. Professor Park for moderator, and the keynote speech, Professor Rowe. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
네, 특히
Thank you very much for those congratulatory remarks. Thank you, Chairman Kang Dong-il. Next, I would like to invite the next speaker to offer congratulatory remarks. He has given a lot of assistance in putting together this international conference. I'd like to invite Professor Park Jun-hong to the stage for his congratulatory remarks.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to express my pleasure at being able to put together this international conference. I am Park Jun-hong as introduced, and I am the chair of the steering committee of the Water Seoul 2025 International Conference. I would like to thank everybody for taking part, and for this conference, we have been receiving continued support by Mayor Oh Se-un for the past several years. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank him, and I would also like to thank Water Circulation Safety Bureau of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. They have really put a lot of effort so that we can put together this international conference. I hope to acknowledge them. I would also like to thank Professor Peter Rowe and also our other speakers and discussants and panelists, and of course our moderators for joining us. I would like to thank them once again. As we were organizing this international conference, the team shared some thoughts. As mentioned earlier, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project. I'm sure all of you remember after the restoration project, there was a lot of criticism from experts. A lot of people said it was too artificial or it was unnecessary. But the citizens, I think, have really embraced the project. And currently, we have seen meaningful scientific and ecological achievements. And the commercial district is also flourishing. So if you go to Cheonggyecheon right now, you will see a lot of people jogging or running. And especially on the weekend, you will see many citizens enjoying the waterfront area. Many water experts around the world now cite the Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project as a prime example, a successful example of restorations like this. We are joined by Professor Peter Rowe of Harvard University. We will hear a keynote speech from him, and then in session 1, we will revisit the Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project, and in session 2, we will take a look at the challenges of sensible waterfront urbanism. And in the first session, we will also take a look at some of the challenges in waterfront projects as well. In session 2, we are going to take a look at sensible waterfront urbanism. I feel that younger generation place a greater value and know the importance and know how to enjoy waterfront areas. But at the same time, this generation faces climate change. So we want to take a look at how we can manage waterfront areas and how we can manage rivers so that the cities it can endure these various challenges. So we will take a journey from the past to present, and then we will also take a look at future direction based on the past and present. This international conference is a culmination, a lot of thought and effort by many people, so I hope that you can actively engage in the international conference, and I hope that this will help you continue to take interest in the water policies and activities and projects of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I hope that this in turn will help Seoul become a very popular destination for people abroad, and also to make Seoul into a good city. Thank you very much.
네.
Thank you very much for that wonderful address, Professor Park Jun-hong. So as I mentioned in his words, in the next 100 years, Seoul will become a more attractive city thanks to Cheonggyecheon Stream. Now I'd like to invite our distinguished speakers and guests to the stage for our commemorative photo. While we prepare the stage, please be patient.
We will now take a short break for a photo shoot all together of our distinguished guests. And once the stage is set, we will ask you to move to the stage. 네, 거의 다 이제 무대 정리가 된 것 같습니다.
I believe that the stage is set. Now I'd like to invite up on stage our distinguished speakers and guests. Please follow our staff up onto the stage.
On stage for a group photo, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. 네, 장내에 계신 분들께서는 잠시만 기다려 주시면 저희 바로 이어서
We will move on to the actual conference after the commemorative photo shoot.
네. 뒤에 연단이 하나 있습니다. 뒤쪽으로 올라서시는 분들께서도 이제
So mind your steps as you come up to the stage.
We do have a step on stage. 네, 2열로 자리하시고 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이제 거의 다 준비가 된 것 같습니다. 앞에 카메라가 굉장히 많습니다. We have many cameras in front of you, so please keep smiling. 계속해서 정자세로 저희 미소 지으면서 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 앞에 카메라 봐주시고요. Please keep smiling for the many cameras that we have in the room. Thank you very much. This is going to be pose 1 of our photo. 첫 번째 포즈가 되겠습니다. 자, 이제 두 번째 포즈로 넘어가도 될까요? 두 번째 포즈는 손을 잡고 모두 다 파이팅을 하는 포즈를 해보도록 하겠습니다. So please look at our staff on how they are holding their hands and doing the Korean fighting pose. Yes, very good. 하나, 둘, 셋 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋, 파이팅! 네, 감사합니다. 네, 세 번째 이제 박수 치시면 되겠습니다. 성공적인 컨퍼런스를 위해서 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Thank you very much. Please applaud. 네, 이제 자리로 오시도록 하겠습니다. You may now return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 네, 함께 해주셔서 대단히
Thank you very much for joining us for the commemorative photo. So we left some nice photos with 3 poses. Thank you very much for your participation. Now, once everybody is seated and once the stage is set, we'll move on to the keynote speech. We are joined by many people today, and we have lots of expectations for the conference. Now, our speaker today is a globally renowned authority in urban design who academically explored urban regeneration in Seoul and was directly involved in the design of Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project 20 years ago. So he will be giving a keynote speech on the topic of stream restoration and city making. I would like to welcome up to the stage Professor Peter Rowe, Raymond Gar Professor of Architecture and Urban Design at Harvard Graduate School of Design.
Keynote. 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Seoul. It's been a few years since I was here last. I think it was about 7 years ago, but before that I was here, I think, fairly regularly over time. The title of my talk, actually, it's a short talk, is Stream Restoration and City Making, and it's essentially where I want to make about 10 observations about the sort of role of streams running through cities in various parts of the world, and what that has meant from a sort of, you might say, quasi-historical perspective. The first observation is that they're ubiquitous. In other words, we usually associate major cities in the world with the stream that goes through them. And this is fairly ubiquitous throughout the world. For example, if I take London and the Thames River, shown here, it runs about 330 kilometres from the Cotswolds out to the west and empties into the essentially the North Sea, with London located pretty much towards the backwater of that configuration. If I move now to Berlin, for example, it's on the Spree River, which empties in, as you can sort of see here, after about 440 kilometres into the Elbe River, and then makes its way out to sea in that sort of manner. If I move to the east, to Tokyo, for example, the Sumida River is a branch of the Arakawa that empties into Tokyo Bay, and it's a relatively short stretch. The Sumida is about 27 kilometres long, with something like 27 bridges in between, so it's a fairly well built up place, as you can see here. The part on the right-hand side is actually a part of the Shitamachi, which was the lower city during the time of the shogunate. Then if I move forward to Paris on the Seine, quite a famous river and a very famous city, of course. It's the Seine actually runs from Dijon, which is towards the middle of France, as you can sort of see here in the inset on the top left. And Paris is about halfway along it before it empties into the Havre River and the English Channel. I could actually mention other cities. In fact, you might say, what about other ones like Barcelona, for example? Well, it's on the sea, it's on water, but it's on the sea, and it's sort of bracketed by a river to the west and the Bastos River to the east. I could also talk about Los Angeles, I suppose, because it's also on the, has its own river, but it's a river that's actually now very much associated with the entanglement with homelessness and so forth. The river in Los Angeles River itself. And in fact, the Sejong-daero River itself also, just to put, this won't be a story about glitz and glamour all the way through, but it's also a site of a lot of homelessness during the summer months in Tokyo. Second observation I'd like to make is that the infrastructure associated with infrastructural works associated with a lot of these rivers had to do mainly with flood control. In other words, keeping the floods out. And this dates back a long time. The images here are from Egypt and the Nile River, and they date from about 300 or 3000, I should say, BCE. So it's quite an old kind of practice here. You can sort of see the canals and so forth that were associated with that. Staying with the Nile, you can sort of see the red dot in the inset on the top left-hand side as of the Aswan Dam, which was the flood control essentially for the Nile River before it flowed into the Mediterranean. And the first mentions we have of that go back to about the 11th century, so it's pretty old. And then, of course, in the 19th century, it was also mentioned quite a lot. And we know that the dam that I'm showing you in this image here dates from about 1960 to 1970 as the Aswan Dam of the contemporary period. Flood control also was initiated fairly far back in European circumstances. In Paris, for example, there was the 1910 flood where the river rose 8 meters in height and of course caused a lot of the havoc that you can sort of see depicted in the image on the bottom, and it gave rise to this sort of embankment wall around the Ile-de-France that you sort of see on the top part of this particular picture. If we move then to London, flood control was an issue all the way back into pre-Roman time, as it turns out. And the Romans did some modifications to it when they were occupying Britain. And of course, the major embankments were which is called actually the embankment, dates from the 19th century and was a sort of major engineering feat in order to protect London from its flooding, and it dates from essentially the 19th century. Staying with London, it's also tidal. We have the Thames Barrier, which dates from 1982. You can sort of see an image of that on the bottom, which allows the protection, shall we say, from the sort of tidal rises and falls associated with the flooding issue itself. The third observation I'd like to make is that the sort of spatial imaginary, if you like, for these rivers dealing with this flooding issue was fairly similar. It's the one on the right-hand side here where you have these sort of a contraction of the stream and then a building of these walls, so to speak, and having a stream with two levels that were essentially pedestrianised. One at the normal flow, which is the lower one, and the one above that, which is for the protection beyond that. A good example of this is this one here in Paris, on the Seine, and the Pont Royal. The Pont Royal dates, I think, from around about 1630, so it's fairly old. But you can sort of see in front of the museum that there are two levels to this, so you end up with this sort of stripe of a public open space, so to speak, at two levels running through most of the Seine as it makes its way through Paris. Another example is the Longa Tevere in Rome. This dates back to the Blocco Popolare. Blocco Popolare was a sort of liberal faction in government in Roma, and they made a lot of infrastructure improvements, including one of trying to protect Rome from the flooding of the Tevere, or the Tiber River. The actual engineering involved with that is attributable essentially to Angelo Vescovalli. Angelo Vescovalli was a Milanese engineer. He worked a lot with Hennebeck, the French engineer who was also involved in flood control circumstances. And this is Vescovalli's sketch, or drawing, shall we say, of the Longa Tevere, and it's fairly close to what was actually built. Not exactly, but fairly close. Another image shows you on the left-hand side the fact that this was a problem that had existed for a long time. The bridge there is the Ponte Sant'Angelo, and Ponte Sant'Angelo dates back to Hadrian's time in the Roman Empire of around about 120 AD, plus or minus. So it's a bridge that's been there for a long period of time. And the image on the right-hand side was one that I took when I lived in Rome around about 2000s, showing you that it actually does flood. In fact, it floods quite a lot more than the one shown in this image. So it's the Longa Tevere is doing its work, so to speak. Fourth observation I would make, and this goes to Cheonggyecheon and to Seoul, is that a lot of these streams that run through cities are part of a broader, shall we say, hydrologic system. In Cheonggyecheon, as you can sort of see, runs through the middle of Seoul, the Joseon dynasty bowl, so to speak, between the various mountains, and the Haisando kind of treatment of the feng shui and so forth that's associated with that, between the area of the Ashtakats on the north of the Bukchon and the Namchong below that. But as you can sort of see in the bottom right-hand side, it's also a part of a water network that also is associated with the Han River itself. So it's a tributary, so to speak, of the Han River. The same sort of thing occurs in New York, where I live actually. On Manhattan, you have on one side the Hudson River, on the other side the East River, the main rivers defining the metropolitan area of Manhattan. And of course you have rivers going into that. The Bronx River is one showing there here in yellow that flows into the East River, so it's part of a sort of hydrologic regimen. The Bronx River was also subject to a deterioration, as you can sort of see in the image on the left-hand side and the top right-hand side. And in the recent years, let's say the last 20 years, it's undergone a fairly considerable amount of restoration, bringing it back to its sort of, shall we say, more natural state, which was the decisions that were made back then for it. Probably the most extreme example I can find of this idea of the river going through a city being part of a system is this one, which is Shanghai. And as you can see, Shanghai doesn't even become on land until 975 AD. In other words, the image on the bottom right. It's because of the huge amount of deposition from the Changjiang, or the Yangtze River, that flowed into the sea, which is also, highly depositional even to this day. This gave rise to the Huangpu River, which is essentially the thing we associate mainly with Shanghai as the river that flows through it. And the Huangpu was actually rectified by the Ming dynasty in order to make it more navigable and more useful, shall we say, from an economic point of view, as the Ming were a dynasty that was very much involved with infrastructural public works of various kinds. This gave rise, of course, to the Puxi giving way to Pudong kind of phenomenon that we associate now with Shanghai, with the image here showing you most of the sort of major improvements that have been made since really the 1990s. Staying with Shanghai, one of the other observations I would say is often we've covered over these streams or these rivers for various reasons in order to improve infrastructure. So it underlines the infrastructural nature of the river, but also the covering over of it with roadways in order to make way for this. The example I'm showing you here is the Yangjingbang Creek that was the dividing line more or less between the circular Chinese city to the south and the treaty port to the north in Shanghai. And this gave rise over time. Actually, in 1914, they decided to fill in the creek on the left-hand side to make way for the road on the right-hand side, which is the Edward VII roadway, which was built, that finally turned it into the Yan'an Expressway, which I'm showing you an image of here, that makes its way through from east to west in Shanghai in Puxi. Cheonggyecheon also was involved, of course, with flood control. As far back as the 15th century, during the Joseon dynasty, the Water Management Authority was actually created for the purposes of dealing with flood control of Cheonggyecheon within the incipient capital of Hanyang at the time, now Seoul. And then, of course, King Taejon, I'm showing you an image of his work on the top here, mobilized something like 200,000 people during the 15th century in order to clear up Cheonggyecheon and make it, shall we say, flood-proof it somewhat over time. So this has been a constant aspect of the stream not very far from where I'm standing. Then, of course, it got covered over. Back as far as the Japanese occupation period and all the way through into the 1920s and 1950s even, with a road. In other words, they just decided to turn it into infrastructure and made a way to a road, as you can sort of see here in this grouping of 4 images. This then got covered over by Jung-hee Park's era, part of the sort of modernisation, and I mean that in terms of both the theoretical as well as the actual aspect of modernisation, by a freeway. And you can sort of see the freeway being built on top of the roadway, on top of Cheonggyecheon. If we move forward now to the, and this just shows you what this meant in sort of plan form of covering up Cheonggyecheon with a roadway. If we move now into the 1960s, late 60s and 70s, flood control gave way to a much more sort of diversified environmental performance orientation towards work on streams and rivers in cities. For example, the 1972 Federal Water Act in the United States, the EPA was founded around about the early 1970s, for example, and it gave rise to the idea of non-structural solutions to streams, whether they ran through cities or not. Also, the water cycle itself became something that was thought about and put into action in terms of what got built next to streams and how the streams began to function and so on. Back to Cheonggyecheon, actually in 1990 to 1992, your Korean Society of Engineers decided that the freeway that was built was not safe. And so they suspended use of it, which also gave rise around about 2000 to 2002, I believe, to the idea, well, why don't we just uncover the whole thing and re-reveal, shall we say, Cheonggyecheon in all its glory, or make it more glorious in terms of stream restoration. So the covering up became recovered, so to speak. And this gave rise to the Cheonggyecheon project, which you're all very well familiar with here under Myung-bak Lee as the mayor of the city, and under the auspices of Yang, who was the head of the group in the city hall, who decided to take this under their wing, and it ended up with a project in 3 pieces, as you can sort of see here, along the 6 kilometre or so length of Cheonggyecheon. This project also confronted early in its days flooding, of course. In fact, one of the times it confronted a 200-year flood, which it managed to hold back under its new restored configuration, following more or less the spatial imaginary that I mentioned before of the two levels, so to speak. And in its fairly early days, it was quite stark in terms of its vegetation and coverage and so forth, as you can sort of see here in these two images, which then, of course, became much more elaborate and you might say glamorized by the vegetation that grew in and by the economic development that began to occur on the sides of the restored stream. This was also particularly true with respect to the smaller industrial areas and industrial properties associated with the middle sections of Cheonggi-cheong that then became converted into, in many places, not all, into much higher levels of urbanization. So it had a catalytic effect in that regard. Here it is in 2005. I was here for the opening, an image showing it, and also one of the older Joseon Dynasty bridges, which has moved about 30 metres downstream, so it would coincide with streets, etc., as part of the historic conservation aspects associated with the project. This is a more contemporary photograph showing you the activities that go along with it. It was extremely well received, as you well know, by the general public, and it's become one of the, shall we say, hallmarks of Seoul. An eighth observation I'd make is that there are other projects as well of a sort of contemporary kind that also are associated with streams through cities. And one is Mexico City. In the day of the Aztecs, this is the Tenochtitlan organization of the city in the middle of what was a lake covering most of the area of Mexico City. If we take a closer look at the lake, we can sort of see that on the top left-hand side is water scarcity. The red part shows where they can't get very much water when they need it. And on the bottom, you have flooding. In other words, it's floods in certain places, but not in others. And this, of course, is spread out across the 16 administrative districts which make up Mexico City. And it gives rise to a bifold configuration of flooding and scarcity. It's not uniform at all in any way, shape or form. And of course the bifold distribution connotes, of course, the problem is an infrastructural one. It's not just simply a standard deviation of some kind that's associated with simply the stream itself. One of the projects that emerged out of this is the Parc Lineal Grand Canal, which dates back some years. But the modification was to sort of bring the two sides together to get rid of the wall, which was used to contain the flooding and stuff like that, and to develop it into a linear park as well as a flood control area. This was a project completed in 2021 by 128 Architecture and Urban Design, quite a well-known project in terms of its output. Another project similar to it is the Madrid Rio, which was harnessing the Manzanares River, which runs through Madrid, and then next to it the M30, which was buried underneath, and then creating a park between the two areas of that under the auspices of Ginés Girardot as the sort of chief designer. This is showing you an image of that. You see the Manzanares River and then the two sides now confronting what was essentially a parkland setting within the middle. Another image of the same thing, showing you the sports fields and the park itself. And of course the M30, the highway goes straight underneath the park. Then a third project is this one in Chicago, the Chicago River, showing you an image from 1837 on the left-hand side when Chicago was, a blink in someone's eye, so to speak. And then, of course, the 1909 plan by Burnham, which made a great deal of this river going through the center of it. And recently it became restored by Sasaki especially the part that goes through the sort of downtown, so to speak, into these 5 segments. Within the 5 segments, you have the Marina Park itself, which is a sort of al fresco dining area. You have the cove space itself, which is essentially for boating and kayaking. You have the theatre, which ramps up. People sit on the benches, so to speak, to watch productions. And then you have the water park itself, which shows you a segment going out into the Chicago River. And then the segments of that also as part of the jetty segment. So it's a 5-segment project through the central part of Chicago, quite successful. And this depicts its flood control characteristics, which are not tremendously high. It can flood up to about 4 feet above the normal level across the expanses of the area. And of course, the road running across the top is Wacker Drive. If you're familiar with Chicago, it's one of the main drags, so to speak, through the city. Then the 9th observation I make is, in addition to the sort of urban design characteristics and so forth, more recently, particularly with the onset of the Anthropocenic era of climate change and what have you, we've become a lot more attuned to specific characteristics of these streams. And what I'm showing you here is Cheonggyecheon during the wet season, where most of the water in it comes from stormwater, and some of it augmenting that is from the Han River, and a little bit from the water from the underground metro system. That's different for the normal operating procedures of the other sort of 8 to 10 months, whereby you see most of the, I'm using this as a Sankey diagram, for those of you who might be familiar with this, where the width actually corresponds to the volume, in this case in tons of water, or it could be cubic meters, it's much the same. And it shows that it goes through treatment and then it comes out, and of course the infiltration leakage and so forth is fairly standard. Another aspect of Cheonggyecheon was, of course, a considerable abatement of the heat island effect, which you can see is graphically displayed on the left-hand side, as well as improvements of water quality on the top right-hand side, and of course increases in the indigenous biodiversity of the place, especially towards the west, away from the more heavily built areas. It's also a project which, of course, you know, involves some historic preservation. For example, although not literally the Ogswan floodgates, they were at least mimicked, shall we say, in the design of the walling structures of Cheonggyecheon. You have the bridge itself, and below that, which is the real bridge, which was moved as part of that. And of course, the Seoul project, which is one of the only Team 10 buildings that I can think of in the world, which was designed by the architect Kim for the Kim the bulldozer as the mayor of Seoul. Also, of course, you have the issue of economic revitalization along the stream. As I mentioned before, that happened. It was actually fairly spotty in terms of what was happened, because there was not necessarily a conformance between the scale of projects that needed to go in and the FARs and so forth, so it was never really fully augmented in that sort of a way. And of course, it's a project that's fairly renowned. If you take the top 4 images for the public space making associated with it, public art played a big role. And on the left-hand side, the water aspect, the 2 levels of movement through Cheonggyecheon on the bottom left, and of course the fact that it forms the armature of a considerable part of the city, ranging from the civic area where we're located now, through the developmental area, through Songgi-song, down to Dongdaemun. The final observation I'd make is that all of these streams actually, I think, can be most appropriately appreciated and seen as being a case of public space making, not necessarily what they do individually to the environmental performance, but they are in fact characteristics of good public space making within cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rowe, for that interesting keynote presentation. 네,
I think that was an opportunity to look at rivers, not simply as a space in cities, but as public spaces. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Peter Rowe, for the keynote speech.
네, 저희가 이제
Before we begin session 1, we would like to set the stage. And while we wait, I would like to share with you some various programs that are underway as part of the Waterfront 2025 International Conference. Aside from the conference today, there are many events planned to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the restoration of the Jung-gu stream. I'm not sure that all of you know, so I'd like to share with you that beginning today, 11th of June, it's Wednesday, until the 22nd of June, that is a Sunday, the upstream area of Cheonggyecheon will be open to the public. So I would like to urge you to visit those areas that are open, and I would like to urge you also to step in the cool water and to experience the stream. I always invite foreign guests to go to Cheonggyecheon all the time, and I think especially given the 20th anniversary, this is an especially special time to visit Cheonggyecheon. Also, this coming Friday on the 13th, there will be various events at the square, the Cheonggye Square. There will be street performances and various booths. And also a special talk concert is slated. The mayor of Seoul, Mr. Oh Se-hoon, will be joined by Park Jin-hee, who is ambassador of Seoul City and an actor. They will be joined by beloved and well-renowned architect, Professor Yoo Hyun-jun. I think the stage is set for session 1. As you can see, so many programs events are in line for the Waterfront 2025 International Conference. We will show you a short video to give you the highlights.
네, 영상에서 정말
Yes, a lot lot of events were introduced in the video. I will also make sure to attend these events if I have time. And we will have a talk concert on Friday. So during that talk concert, we are going to have booth activities as well as stamp tour. So various prizes will be available for the participants. So please check it out. I think that the stage is set up. Before we begin, let me share a few housekeeping announcements. Please make sure that your cell phones are turned into vibrate or silence mode for the smooth running of today's program. And if you have any questions for our speakers, you can participate in the Q&A by scanning the QR code printed on your wristband. Please feel free to submit your questions at any time, and they will be addressed during the discussion portion at the end of the session. Now, let us begin session 1. Session 1, under the theme, From Restoration to Resilience, Waterfront Projects in Cities Around the World, we will explore global case studies of waterfront projects that aim to promote ecological restoration, urban renewal, and improvements in quality of life for citizens. Now, let me introduce the first speaker of this session. So he was directly involved in the Cheonggyecheon restoration project 20 years ago, overseeing its planning as well as its design. He later went on to serve as the secretary at the Presidential Office for Economic Affairs. He's going to give a presentation on 20 years of Cheonggyecheon restoration, achievements, and future challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Professor Shin Jung-gu from the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Konkuk University.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am a professor of Konkuk University. I am Shin Jung-gu. It's been 20 years since the restoration of Cheonggyecheon, and it's quite moving. At this juncture, I hope to look back on the restoration of Cheonggyecheon. I would like to look back on the key challenges and some of the controversies, and by doing so, I hope to also turn our attention to some future challenges and issues, and that is why my presentation is titled 20 Years of Cheonggyecheon Restoration Achievements and Future Challenges. I was quite worried because of the time limit that was given to me as a speaker, but fortunately, Professor Peter Rowe introduced much of the Cheonggyecheon project. So I think I can go straight into the issues and controversies of the Cheonggyecheon restoration. And I also want to talk about how we can look at those issues from today's standpoint. And based on that, I would like to also talk about future challenges related to Cheonggyecheon. I don't think I need to go over this slide, but around 2014, around the 10th anniversary of the Cheonggyecheon restoration, a huge study was conducted, and since then, 10 years has passed. I'm sure you all know what the project was about, and the project was also mentioned by Professor Rowe. So let me just hit on some points. So with the Cheonggyecheon project, there were constraints. And so the CRP was constrained into the blue box, and the elements outside the blue box were categorized as future plans of the CRP. As you can see, what was left as future plans was expanding the width of the Cheonggye stream. If we are to take a look at achievement overall, we can cite improvement of urban environment. I'm sure you have heard of these achievements. And the second sort of achievement was the revitalization of the city. If you look at urban planning in Seoul since 2005, you will notice that there has been a lot of reconstruction and redevelopment within the city. So it is said that the Cheonggyecheon project contributed to this trend. After the project was completed, there was a boom within the country to restore many waterways across the country. And since then, Cheonggyecheon was acknowledged and recognized as a best practice for urban development. In particular, if we are to revisit the significance of the Cheonggyecheon project, it was that it changed the urban management paradigm into one that was more human-centric. And it is also very significant in that it sought to achieve urban regeneration and reconstruction or restoration. And so I believe that that is why it was mentioned in this UN report. So the report identifies what happened through the Cheonggyecheon restoration project. The public space is redeveloped and developed, and this attracts private investment to the site, and this in turn regenerates the city environment and leads to environment improvements in the city environment. So at this point in time, I think it's meaningful to look back at the issues and controversies of the project. There were many issues and controversies, and I hope to show you how these were reflected into the project. So, Cheonggyecheon project was a project that had to be carried out in an established area of the city. So there were a lot of constraints. We had to maintain business operations in the area, and we had to revive or maintain its function. We had to also work with the fact that this was a dried stream, and we also had to work with the fact that there were various interest groups. And so in planning the business and designing the project, there were many considerations to be made. And as Professor Peter Rowe mentioned, flood control. So safety was actually the top priority, was the highest priority. And then we considered, depending on location and condition, we were able to make considerations for ecology and history and culture. So let us briefly go over the key issues and controversies. In the initial stages, there were controversy as to whether this can be called a restoration. Some thought it should be called a recreation. So there was a controversy regarding how to define this project for quite a long time. I can't go through the details of everything that was discussed, but I would like to highlight some core issues. There were about 5 key issues, and we will take stock or re-evaluate them from today's standpoint. The first issue had to do with the naturalness of this restoration project. And one of the key issues was whether this was a historical restoration or an ecological restoration. Many people were looking forward to an ecological restoration as well as a historical restoration. If you look at the history of Cheonggyecheon, it goes back 600 years. So it was almost impossible to realize that full history while restoring this area ecologically. And as I mentioned earlier, there were many constraints as well. Of course, so the historical restoration did not get fulfilled to the full extent. For instance, some bridges were not able to be restored at the exact same location. For instance, Kwangtung Bridge was restored at around 150 meters upstream from its original site. Some bridges, we had to reproduce its historical image. And so even now, the historical restoration parts are being pointed as elements or areas that could have been improved. The second issue was whether this was an urban stream or a natural stream. In terms of flood control, there were some limitations in choosing a natural type river over urban types. And so at the end of the day, we sort of combined these two different types of waterfront. And another issue had to do with the stream section profile. So what sort of profile were we going to adopt? And there was a lot of discussion among experts as to what was the most appropriate section profile. In the initial stages, this was the initial plan. So you can see that it is quite steep. And then we settled on the final design with a low-level terrace. And the reason for this was that in the Cheonggye Stream, when rain falls, the water levels rise quite rapidly. So we decided that it would be quite difficult to make appropriate emergency evacuation. And so we have a lot of emergency pathways, and the final design was sort of a low-level terrace. But in terms of operation, when there is a flood, there have been incidents where people were isolated. And so I think that looking back, the concerns that were raised regarding floods were quite valid. Another issue that garnered a lot of discussion was, of course, the allocation of space. How much space will be allocated for ecology and how much space for human activity. Initially, we had allocated the southern part of Cheonggyecheon as sort of a limited and constrained area that we would secure for the wildlife. However, taking into account connectivity and operation and management, we decided on opening the south side as well. So currently, the north side places focus on human activity, and the southern side places focus on ecology. But all the sides are open and accessible. And another very controversial point was regarding the water supply. And many pointed out that it was quite expensive to supply water from the Han River. And this was controversial right up until the point of construction. And there were environmentalists who said that the stream must secure a natural sort of source of water, a natural circulation water. But if you look at the city, because of payments, there is very little infiltration. So it's very difficult to secure water through natural circulation. So at the end of the day, providing water artificially, even if it is expensive, was decided that it was worth doing so. And based on a consensus, the Cheonggye Stream is supplied water from the Han River. Fortunately, we had pipes and infrastructure that were no longer being used that we revived for the supply of water to the Cheonggyecheon, and we were able, thanks to that, to carry this out not at a lower cost than initially thought. And even so, in long-term plans, there are those who propose recovering natural water circulation systems. But as I mentioned, I'm quite skeptical about that even now because there is little to no infiltration in the urban environment. So looking back, there were many controversies regarding the CRP, and there were many efforts to restore the area, but not a lot has changed compared to the initial restoration plan. So the fact that there haven't been much improvements made afterwards, some may think that that means that the CRP was a complete success, but I disagree. I don't think that is the case. As I mentioned earlier, the basic plan covered short-term goals, and it left mid to long-term goals, including expanding the Cheonggyecheon to restore historical relics and also to enhance the naturalness and the ecological activity. But for the past 20 years, we haven't really seen any advancements with regards to these mid to long-term plan. And so I want to look ahead and look at some of the future challenges for the Cheonggyecheon. After this project, the Seoul Institute carried out a SWOT analysis of the project. If you look at the threats that they outlined, these threats continue to be cited as problems or issues. The first is the lack of naturality, and also the second has to do with historical restoration. So these issues keep coming up. And around 10 years after the project was completed, a study was carried out by the Seoul Institute on the historical restoration and the ecology of Cheonggyecheon. And if you look at this study, not many projects were carried out since the completion of the project. And you can see that some of the issues highlighted here are the issues that remain unresolved from the project, and they have again been left out as mid to long-term or future plans of Cheonggyecheon. So looking into the future, I think it is a key to understand the constraints of the future plans. So enhancing the ecology and naturality of the Cheonggyecheon, in other words, restoring history and culture, I think is premised on the extension of the stream width. But expanding the width of the stream will require immense time and effort and resources. Also, because of climate change, the stream is now required to have a higher functionality in terms of preventing disasters such as flooding. So then, what is the strategy of overcoming these constraints? And many ideas have been proposed. For instance, an incentive-based zoning was offered. So landowners, if they provide public space, they may receive building incentives. It was also proposed that guidelines be introduced to induce and encourage more green-friendly buildings, but none of these have been moved forward with binding force. So, at the end of the day, without extending the width of the stream, I foresee severe limitations in improving the naturality and the ecology of Cheonggyeseol. And in that sense, I think we can think of two key challenges. In my view, the first is we need to remove the partial decking structure that still remains towards the mid to downstream of Cheonggyecheon. These deckings still remain. These structures remained in order to secure roads for the citizens. If the buildings can be pulled back, then we can secure space to uncover these structures. So this is one of the key challenges in expanding the width of the stream. And the second key challenge has to do with restoring the cultural relics to their original location. If you look at Waterfront 2025, it talks about sensibility in the waterfront areas, and I think that this is in line with such an idea. As I mentioned earlier, the Supo Bridge was not restored to its original location. And this is because the flooding level at the time when this bridge was built was far lower than what it is today. And so we need to change the urban structure around this area in order to restore this bridge to its original location. However, if we are to keep this goal in mind of restoring this bridge, it needs to fit the bigger picture of the Cheonggyecheon restoration project. So we have these constraints, and within these constraints, we have gotten rid of what was covering the stream, and we have restored the stream. But what is left might actually take more time, maybe even 100 years, because it requires us to change the urban structure. Around the world, there are projects that are underway for 300 to 400 years. For instance, in Barcelona, the Sagrada Familia is under construction for 140 years. In this case, they have a clear entity that leads and drives this project. If you look at the long-term goals and long-term plan of the Cheonggyecheon project, they lack the clear entity. It's not easy to manage this project administratively. And if that is the case, we need to consider what is the best and appropriate governance to move ahead and spearhead projects such as these. Perhaps we need an organization. They would have to be sustainable. They would have to have greater autonomy, and they would have to be based on communication with the citizens. And I've really been mulling over these ideas for a long time. And there might be other proposals out there, but I think there is an alternative. I believe that we can divide the Cheonggye stream into different sections, and some schools in the area could be in charge of a particular section, and they can monitor that section, and students or other actors can take part in volunteer programs regarding that section, and this would allow them to continuously monitor a portion of the Cheonggye stream. And so if we can provide a framework for professional experts and volunteers to come together to monitor Cheonggyecheon, and if they can communicate with Seoul officials when there is a need for policy action and implementation, I believe it will be easier to do so. And perhaps this can be sort of an appropriate structure of governance that can move forward in terms of the future plans of the Cheonggye stream. So in conclusion, I talked about how we can carry out the long-term sort of solutions for Cheonggyecheon in terms of changing urban structures. And this can lead to other new controversies. There can be a lot of issues related to risk management, and of course, time and resources and energy will become an issue as well. And so we can think about different technical measures as well. For instance, the Cheonggyecheon, if we can divide the two functions of flood prevention and also sewage water treatment, if we were to separate these two functions, then I think that we will be able to move forward and we would be able to come up with other new alternatives. And I think that these specific sort of solutions we will be able to get ideas from our next presenter from San Antonio. When the project was first initiated, there was a lot of discussion between the boundary between nature and what is artificial. So at the time, it was quite difficult to carry out these conversations. But now, 20 years later, I think the boundary between what is natural and what is artificial has become blurred. So technology, artificialness, and nature, I think these boundaries are becoming blurred. And so I have brought in some quotes from famous people about their ideas of nature and what is artificial and technology. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
네, 청계천의
Yes. So from pre-Cheonggyecheon to after Cheonggyecheon restoration project, we were able to have a look at the entire process through the presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to Professor Sejong-daero once again. Now, moving on to the second presentation, our next speaker brings deep insight into river management strategies grounded in his experience collecting extensive environmental data at the San Antonio River Authority in Texas, USA. And the topic will be San Antonio River, Texas, US, a holistic approach to urban watershed management. Please welcome Mr. Sean Donovan, Environmental Science Manager at the San Antonio River Authority.
applause. 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for having me today. It has been a really, really cool opportunity to come to Seoul and experience the city for the first time in the last 48 hours or so. So it's been a really good opportunity to go after the two previous speakers, to put it in a global context, and then talking about a very unique local context here in Seoul with the Cheonggyecheon. And I'm going to do kind of the same thing with the San Antonio River project. And one of the things I've really noticed in the last 48 hours is how remarkably similar the San Antonio system is to the system that's here in Seoul. I got an opportunity to go do a tour yesterday with the Cheonggyecheon facilities team. And if you would have told me I was in San Antonio doing that same tour, I wouldn't have blinked, because it was so similar, and what is happening here is so similar to what we've done in San Antonio. So it's a really cool opportunity to kind of discuss what we've done. One thing I want to point out, you'll see at the bottom of all of my slides, is it says committed to safe, clean, and enjoyable creeks and rivers. This is something that's been talked about already, the idea of safe, clean, and enjoyable, meaning flood control, water quality or ecological health, and enjoyable recreation, whether that's walking or kayaking or hiking or biking. That connection between those three things is really what is a commonality between all of these river type of projects. And so keep that in mind as we go through and excited to kind of talk about this. And so what I'm going to do with the presentation is talk a little bit about who we are at the River Authority, put it in context of what kind of organization we are, talk about the introduction to the history of San Antonio River, and then finish it up with some of the opportunities that we've had to learn lessons from the Mission Reach and Riverwalk case studies. So who we are, so we were created in 1937 by the Texas legislature. I'll talk about why in a second here. We have about 300 employees, so not a terribly large organization, and we're made up of 10 departments. The ones I list up here are the ones that I think have the biggest role in what we're doing with the San Antonio River. The team I manage is the Environmental Sciences Department. We have ecologists and biologists and water quality scientists and molecular ecologists. We have engineering staff, pretty straightforward. They do a lot of our engineering. Our watershed and park operations team is the management of these case studies I'm going to talk about. And last but not least is our government and public affairs teams. It is really, really important to talk about what you're doing. It's really important to tell the community. It's really important to tell the elected officials what you're doing and share the successes and the failures. And so that public interaction, that public face-to-face is such an important part of any successful stream management, let alone restoration on the scale of the Chung-Yat-Chun or the San Antonio. I wanted to point out that we do have an elected board of directors. We're a taxing entity, so we have 12 elected officials that we ultimately report to, which means ultimately the bosses that we have are the citizens of this political jurisdiction that we have. The stream drains about 10,000 square kilometers. To put it in relative context, the Han River watershed is about 36,000 square kilometers, so quite a bit smaller. But again, we still have that same responsibility to the community and to the citizens that we have to do this effectively and cost effectively. So where is San Antonio? So Texas is in the kind of the southern part of the United States. San Antonio is kind of in the southern part of the US. It is very hot. I was talking to my wife. It's 39 degrees Celsius at home today, so I'm happy to be in South Korea where it's not nearly as hot, so thank you for the accommodating weather. As we zoom in a little bit more, this is what's called Bexar County. Bexar County is where the San Antonio is located. You can see where the star is as well. There are a few sub-watersheds, very similar to what we have here with the Chung-Yat-Chun dumping into different river systems and ultimately to the Han. And then if we go a little bit more specific, we're going to be talking about this area right around downtown with a couple of key projects. So this is a city of San Antonio skyline. It's much smaller than Seoul. It's about 1.3 million people. Bexar County in general is about 3 million people. So again, understanding the scope and the scale, smaller than the Han River, smaller than Seoul, but still a fairly large US metropolitan area. The two projects I really want to talk about are what are called the Mission Reach. The Mission Reach is a project. It's the largest urban stream restoration project in the United States. It cost about $284 million, took about 8 or 9 years to complete, and it was completed in 2013. You'll see some pictures in a second. And then the other end of that scale is the West Side Creek system, something that we're about to start a restoration on, but it'll be about $175 million, and that's about 11 miles or about 20, give or take, kilometers in the western part of downtown San Antonio. And what I'm going to zoom in a second here, you see these yellow dots and these blue dots, and those are our flood control structures. City of San Antonio has a history of flooding. This is in downtown. This is people standing on a street in downtown San Antonio in the early 19th or 20th century, excuse me. They shouldn't be able to stand in water right there. There is a really busy street called St. Mary Street. But again, you can see this flooding is a huge, huge problem. This happened quite a bit in the early 20th century. This is another really good image that you see the tree. This tree right here, this is somebody standing on the other side of the river. So this is the actual river flow going through downtown San Antonio. So you can see how catastrophic the flooding was in San Antonio. So the first thing that had to be done was really address this flooding, which is actually how the River Authority got started. We were started to help with flooding issues. And over the last century or so, this really intense system of flood control structures was created. So the blue dots are what are called tunnel inlets and outlets. We have a tunnel system that goes under San Antonio. So all of the rain that falls above San Antonio, upstream of San Antonio, goes into this massive tunnel. It goes underneath the city of San Antonio and comes out on the other side so that San Antonio is not threatened with flooding. Lives and property are saved. So we have two tunnel systems. I'm going to show more images of that in a second. And then the other dots are the yellow dots that are flood control gates, locks, dams, those types of features. So it's a very elaborate flood control system. I talked about the safe, clean, and enjoyable. This is really highlighting that safe part of that effort. So what that looks like in practicality, this is an image of the tunnel being dug in the late 1990s. So you can see it's about 150 feet or about 47 meters deep. The tunnel itself is about 7 meters in diameter. And again, it completely bypasses what's called the Riverwalk. So San Antonio is very well known for the Riverwalk. It's the largest tourist destination in Texas. Tons of people come out there, millions of people every year to the Riverwalk. But it's completely cut off from natural flooding, which is a good thing. The area is not natural. I'll show a picture of that in a second here as well. But again, this is the kind of been touted as about a year or so after this project was completed, we had this massive flood. And the estimated savings of that project was more than what the project cost. And so within a year of the project being completed, the project, quote unquote, paid for itself. So flood mitigation and flood improvement prevention is such an important thing when you're talking about a city center, whether that's Seoul or San Antonio. And so this really took care of that, but as you'll see in a second, it had some massive ecological implications as well, and not good ecological implications. So this is a picture on the left-hand side of the tunnel outlet. This is the San Antonio River coming downstream. This is not active. This is a normal sunny day in San Antonio. The water that's coming out on the top part of that is just for aesthetics. It's just to look good. So this is not activated. You'll see a picture of this tunnel activated in a second. Keep in mind what these gates look like. In this area that's all completely dry, there's a really good image of a flood where these are really active and shows how this is bypassing water. This is one of the flood control structures. It's called a lock and dam. On the right-hand side over here, on the right-hand side over here, you have the dam structure, and then over here are the locks. So you can see there's a bit of an elevation difference. We have these river barges that go up and down the stream to take people back and forth to restaurants or hotels, to have people go out just for a nice day on the river. And so if somebody wants to go into the lock will fill up with water, pull people up to a different level. Same thing, go in the other direction, pull people down to a different level. So these are, again, flood control structures. So it is a very highly controlled river system right in the heart of downtown San Antonio. What it also does is this is a flood control structure downstream. So this is not as managed, but obviously it is very much not a natural, functioning, healthy ecosystem. This is a trapezoidal channel. It's completely mowed to the bank. There's very little ecological value to this. There's not a lot of habitat for birds or for fish or for mussels or anything. And so this is what it used to look like. And whenever we started that the Mission Reach restoration project, that $284 million project, what we did is we regraded the banks a little bit. You can see we're starting to put some structures in the middle of the stream to help with aeration of the water to add dissolved oxygen. We're regrading that a little bit to help with slope. We're also changing the sinuosity so the river gets some of its natural movement back. And then if you go, after the project was completed, keep an eye on where that riffle structure is, that rocky structure in the middle, and this is what it looks like after restoration. So you can see, I really love this image because this is what's called the Tower of the Americas. That is a landmark in downtown San Antonio. So this is right outside of downtown. But you can see this is a much healthier system. You have really good vegetation on both sides of the banks. You have this natural system where you're introducing aeration. This is really great habitat for fish and different species. And so you can see how this stuff changes over time. But this is still a primarily flood control channel. So you still have that primary focus of the project, but you're also starting to bring in other options that we're going to talk about in a little bit here. So the thing that I really wanted to talk about in the last 5 minutes or so here is we really have 4 big lessons learned. The first one is listen to people, engage your community, engage the constituents. What do they want? What do they not want? What do they want to see? When do they want to see these things? You can't reach all of those objectives and goals, but if you don't know them, you're never going to have a successful project in the eyes of the people that you're serving. The other 2 things I'm going to talk about today are setting expectations and collaboration. And the 4th thing that we really noticed as a lesson learned is making sure you celebrate the things that you do well. Celebrate those successes, but also talk about the failures. It's really important that you own the failures that you have. Even if you don't succeed exactly the way you thought, if you're honest with your community and honest with the citizens, they're going to understand and they're going to go, okay, we're trying to make these efforts moving forward, but not all these things work every time. So that honesty is very, very important. But I'm going to talk about those 2 today, the set expectations and collaboration. As you can see on the left-hand side, that is not really a healthy ecological river system. The one on the right-hand side is, again, the Mission Reach project. Like I said, that landmark Tower of Americas is up here. This is some of the San Antonio skyline. So those 2 different places are both functioning for their purposes, but they have very different expectations. The picture on the left is just for community enjoyment. It's for economic growth and development. It's for people getting out there and experiencing that. The picture on the right is both of those things. One thing you can't see on the right-hand side over here is there is a hike and bike trail. So there's a hike and bike trail there. It's a different way to enjoy the river, but it's just as important as the economic driver farther up into town. But you want to set those different expectations. And so an expectation on the picture on the left-hand side is make sure, number one, that you're not going to have water quantity issues, meaning you're not going to flood in that part of the river. And number two is make sure that that picture on the left doesn't have a negative impact on the picture on the right. So I talked earlier about that flood control tunnel. This is what it looks like when it's activated. This is a pretty substantial rain event. You can see those gates are open now. Water is pouring out of those. But what you don't see is upstream, that Riverwalk area is not flooded at all. So we're taking care of the water quantity, but that impacts the area downstream. So the water quantity getting out of downtown means you're impacting that natural area downstream, but we have built it to be a resilient structure, a resilient location, so it helps alleviate some of those flooding issues. The other part we've done, like I said, in engaging citizens. And so what we have is this is our monitoring network. We do routine water quality monitoring at all 15 of these different sites on the Mission Reach and in downtown and in the West Side Creek system. We can't make improvements, we can't see what's going wrong with the urban core if we're not doing regular sampling. So this has been a really helpful thing for us. We communicate that to the public through our website. And we also engage the public in our environmental incidents report. So this picture, every single dot on this map is an environmental incident that was reported to us by our citizens. So if they see a fish kill, if they see water discoloration, if they see flooding issues, if they see any of those types of things that are abnormal, what they can do is they can go to our website, they can pop something up and say, I'm seeing a fish kill, or I'm seeing water discoloration. We can then respond, an email gets sent to our technical staff, and we go respond on site and make sure that we're addressing those issues first and foremost. I talked about our staff being about 300 people. 300 people can only do so much. You can only be so many places at one time, but if you have 3 million people, the population of Bexar County, reporting this, you're going to find out a lot more information and be much more responsive to the issues that you're seeing. And the last thing I want to talk about here for the last couple of minutes is collaboration. None of these things, and everybody in this room knows this as well as I do, none of these things are accomplished as an individual or as a single entity or as a single institution. This is a collective, this is a collaborative. Any project, all the projects that Mr. Rose spoke about, all of those things are accomplished by many people. It's not one individual deciding these things. These are all different universities. There's the City of San Antonio, there's Bexar County, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is a collective that has helped us accomplish these two projects I'm going to talk about briefly. So one of those is a freshwater mussel reintroduction project. Freshwater mussels are one of the most imperiled group of organisms in the entire world. About 70% of those species are either considered threatened or endangered. These were totally eliminated from the urban area of San Antonio, and over the last 7 years, we've managed to do the first reintroduction of these species in Texas. And so just last year, we were able to do some work on the top left side. You see a little bit of habitat suitability modeling. What that does is look at flow on a lower end and a higher end and see where can these organisms live. On the right side, on the top there, is what's called a 3D printed mussel. So that's a plastic mussel that we printed to look exactly like the live species. As you can see in this image, we were able to put them in the river and see if they're going to stay during these high flow events. And so just like Cheonggyecheon, where you have a lot of flow issues, if you can go in there and you can put some of these things to see, is this habitat suitable for bringing some of these species back, for bringing these species back that were gone when that stream was covered up by the road? If you can understand that, you have more confidence to do this and start producing these small juvenile individuals. So those are the same 4 species, and this is one of the individuals that we reintroduced to the river for the first time last year. This is a pit tag on it, so we can go back and try to find it, see how is it growing and how is it developing over the years. And the last thing I'll talk about, another success story, this is called a Guadalupe bass. This is the state fish of Texas. It's endemic to Central Texas, meaning it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world except for Central Texas. This is a really important species for us. We picked this species because it's really important for the ecosystem, but it also connects with people in Texas. So we were able to look at this fish. We were able to introduce about 85,000 of them to the San Antonio River. And just last December, we found this fish on the top is a largemouth bass. The one on the bottom is a Guadalupe bass. We found that fish species in a part of the river we had never seen ever recorded. So you have these success stories, and the reason I wanted to bring these two up is that it's really important. If you talk about we're doing a great job and talk about all these 20 things, it's harder to narrow and focus. But if you say, look at these 2 success stories and really narrow and focus that message, people agree or people attach to that better and help celebrate that success more. Because again, that community interaction and engagement is such an important part of any sort of healthy stream management. So again, it's been my absolute pleasure to be here and talk with everybody today. It's been such a fun time in Seoul. I appreciate the opportunity, and I wish everybody the rest of a good Water Seoul week. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sean Donovan. Very interesting presentation. If you could take your seat on the stage for the panel discussion. Thank you very much. 네, 서울뿐만이 아니라 이렇게 미국에
Yes, so we were able to learn a lot about river management in the US, and not only of Seoul. Thank you very much, and please give him a big hand.
네, 그럼 바로
Now, without further ado, we will now begin the panel discussion on this session's topic, from restoration to resilience. We will take a look at what is happening in cities around the world. We are joined by experts from the US and also from Denmark during this panel discussion. I would like to invite the moderator and panelists of this session to the stage. The moderator of this panel discussion is Mr. Park Jun-hong, who is a professor of civil and environmental engineering of Yonsei University. Next, I'd like to invite Professor Shin Jong-ho, who delivered the first presentation. He is a professor at Konkuk University.
Donovan already on stage. 샌안토니오 강관리청 환경과학 매니저님 쇼 도나반 매니저님 함께하고 계시고요. 이어서 서울 역사 도심 기본 계획을 담당하고
맞습니다. And we will also be joined by Professor Kim Ki-ho, who is Professor Emeritus of the Department of Urban Planning and Design of the University of Seoul. Also joining us in this panel discussion is an expert at climate change and water circulation. And he has also been on various committees on water management. Professor Kim Il-hyung of Gwangju National University. We will also be joined by Mr. Park Hong-bong of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. He has been involved in the Han River Renaissance project. We will be joined by Department Manager Mr. Park Hong-bong. And as I mentioned earlier, we will be joined by an expert in Denmark. She has a 30-year experience in urban development, and she is part of the C40's Leaders Group. She is a program director of Resilient and Sustainable City Solutions of the City of Copenhagen. And we'd like to welcome Lee K. Leonardsen.
Please wave for the audience and say hello. Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now, since all our panelists are ready, I will hand the mic over to our moderator of this session, Professor Park Jun-ho. Good afternoon. I am the moderator of the panel discussion for session 1. I am Park Jun-ho, as introduced. I am a professor at Yonsei University.
이번 세션에서는
In this session, we heard 2 presentations. As you can see from the title, we discussed the topic of restoration to resilience. We first heard the 20 years of Cheonggyecheon restoration, the achievements and challenges. Professor Shin Jong-ho delivered that presentation. And then we heard from Mr. Sean Donovan. He shared with us an integrated approach to river management in San Antonio. As we heard from the two presentations, with the Cheonggyecheon project, despite the many difficulties, many achievements were made. And also Professor Shin highlighted ways or the future direction for the future Cheonggyecheon project. And we also heard from Mr. Donovan on the Texas example of how they are handling flooding and how they have enhanced the ecological environment of the San Antonio River. Now we are joined by experts and we will carry out a designated discussion session. So I will be giving each of the panelists 5 minutes to deliver their comments, and then we will open the floor to the audience. We will not be receiving questions from the floor directly, but we will be using the QR system. So questions have been left through the QR code. I will take a look at the list of questions and I will select questions from that list to ask the panelists here. Now I would like to hand the mic over to the panelists. As I said earlier, I will be giving them 5 minutes. I would like to first invite Professor Kim Ki-ho for his comments.
네.
As introduced, I am Kyo Kim from University of Seoul. Starting from the keynote speech, I've heard with great excitement all the presentations. Cheonggyecheon restoration of Seoul is indeed a very successful example of urban stream recovery in the social and urban context of Seoul. Above all, as an urban planner myself, I believe that Cheonggyecheon restoration helped to restore water and ecology. But what is most important, or one of the things that is most important, is that we were able to shift from car-friendly to amenities and citizen-centric city. I would like to highlight this paradigm shift as the most important aspect of the Cheonggyecheon restoration project. And after this project, there were so many elevated highways that had been removed in Seoul. So what I'd like to say is that the Cheonggyecheon effect is quite powerful. Although the Cheonggyecheon effect was controversial, I think that when we talk about its effect, there are historical and cultural aspects, but it helped to remove all of these unaesthetic elevated highways. And this helped to improve the landscape and the cityscape of Seoul. And I would like to highlight this fact. And together with that, the pedestrian environment has greatly improved over the years. Second, I would like to underscore the fact that Cheonggyecheon restoration helped to restore water cycle, vegetation, inviting a lot of birds into the area, and responding to climate change. In that sense, Cheonggyecheon has a lot of strength. But in the beginning, when Cheonggyecheon was first restored, its impact also spread to the vicinity, nearby areas to revitalize the local neighborhood. But what I feel is that the Cheonggyecheon waterfront spaces indeed have become more revitalized. But if you delve deeper into the neighborhood, I think that impact remains to be spread. So I think that this is one of the challenges that we have to overcome going forward. So if you go to the south of Cheonggyecheon, there is the district called Uljiru. It's only 100 meters from Cheonggyecheon, and their urban blocks tend to be very small. One block would be about 100 meters by 100 meters. And if you go to the north of Cheonggyecheon, there is the Jung-gu district, and it's located 100 meters from Cheonggyecheon. There is no subway that cuts across Cheonggyecheon, but Uljiru and Jung-gu has subway stations. So I believe that from subway stations and its way towards Cheonggyecheon should be more accommodating, should be more convenient to give joy to the pedestrians. If that could be possible, then I think that the Cheonggyecheon effect would spread to its vicinities further. Third, I would like to talk about the revitalization of small streams. What I mean by this is that if you look at the water system around the Seoul metropolitan area, there's a Han River with width over 1 kilometers, and there's also mid-sized rivers like Jungnangcheon, Tancheon, and Anyangcheon whose width is smaller. And then smaller than that are streams with width less than 100 meters. They are tributaries or smaller streams. But inside Seoul, there are so many small streams, but some streams are hidden under the asphalt, or they're covered, or they have been abandoned. So I think that we have to further revitalize the tributary streams. So of course, the Han River, given its scale and so forth, can control temperature, but there are streams that are inside the residential neighborhoods, and these smaller streams are smaller in scale and they are more accessible by the public. So I think that these small tributary streams can serve an important role in improving the quality of lives of the citizens. So in that sense, I think we can look towards the examples of San Antonio or other cities. So these small streams and their relationship with the city center, how can they be revisited? I would like to also entertain any interesting ideas if you have any. Thank you. Yes. So as an urban expert, Professor Kim mentioned that Cheonggyecheon restoration project is one of the greatest achievements made by Seoul. It has brought about paradigm shift, helping to remove a lot of the elevated highways, and there was a transition from development to eco-friendliness. So it was indeed a shift of paradigm. And Professor Kim also mentioned about connectivity with public transport and how that could help improve Cheonggyecheon effect. And he also recommended about revitalizing smaller streams inside the city center. Now moving on to the second panelist.
From the Gongju National University, I'd like to invite Professor Kim Yi-hyung for his comments. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Kim Yi-hyung from Gongju National University. The topic today is sustainability and resilience how can we identify or how can we achieve sustainability and resilience? I think thinking about this will give us the key to solving this issue in the city of Seoul. So humans and cities are ecosystems, and for these ecosystems, water is key for sustainability. If you look at younger people, they have a lot of water in their bodies, and so there's a lot of blood. So when there is external shock, and when it comes to aging, they have a lot of resilience. But as a person grows older, it starts to lack water, and this compromises resilience, and this undermines sustainability. And the same goes for the urban ecology. Cities that have water have sustainability and resilience. Historically, many cities appeared and then disappeared. So you have cities that succeed and those that fail. If you look at the cities that have disappeared, they are now historical sites. But another name for these cities they are just ruins. Some cities, they stand for more than 600 years. Seoul is a good example. Other cities, they lose their resilience and their sustainability, and they become historical remains. If you look at cities that have become historical ruins, we can identify what the issues were, and we can use that to enhance the sustainability and resilience of Seoul. You need water, and you need water circulation for sustainability and resilience. Seoul has water. It can be artificially supplied, or it can be naturally supplied. And if you look at Seoul, it has artificial and natural sources of water. And we also have the Han River, which is a huge source of water. What is important is that the water needs space, and it needs to be connected, and we need to guarantee water circulation. So if you look at Seoul, the Han River serves as the artery. But if you look at the tributaries of Seoul, a lot of them are drying up. And if you look at the very, very small streams, many of them are completely dry. And this means that water circulation is very poor in Seoul. Of course, in the past 20 years, the Seoul metropolitan government has made great efforts to revive tributaries in Seoul, and many smaller streams have been restored. But still, there is a lack of water, and there's a lack of water circulation. Now we need to take a look at whether the dryness of these tributaries comes from the absolute lack of water. This is not the case. We need to connect and secure more water by reviving smaller streams. As I said earlier, we have the Han River, which is a main artery, and then we have the capillary arteries, which are the tributaries, and we now need the smaller veins. For instance, we need underground channels, and we need to also manage stormwater and rainfall. But all of these facilities in Seoul are too small. I understand that the Seoul metropolitan government spends around 200 million to manage, for instance, rainfall. And I think we need to expand and build on caring for these sources of water in order to promote water circulation and water supply. And sometimes these projects, for instance, managing rainfall, these projects are carried out in silos, and they are not connected to the wider eco environment. So, for instance, we need to build a blue-green network that connects water to the other green infrastructure that needs it. I think that this is a key project that the Seoul Metro metropolitan government must pursue to ensure sustainability. So the Seoul government should initiate its Green Road initiative. And we need to establish a blue-green network. We need to expand the connectivity between blue resources and green resources. And I would also like to highlight that the tributaries' ecological preservation is improving very rapidly. But when it comes to the naturality of these tributaries, I think we have a far road ahead of us. So we need to focus on reviving naturality, and this means fostering the natural features of these tributaries and waterways. We also need to look at nature-based solutions, NBS. I believe that NBS can provide solutions for air quality, water quality, and other issues that the urban environment faces. I think that it is one tool that can help us overcome these issues. And I think that the Seoul metropolitan government needs to widely promote and expand NBS. And in order to do this, it needs a strong policy drive to do so. And maintenance and operation of NBS can be carried out by establishing a governance that invites the community to take part. And so that is my final proposal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. He talked about the importance of water circulation in a city's resilience and sustainability, and you proposed the building of a green-blue network, and you propose that Seoul expands its existing Green Road initiative so that Seoul's water can be connected to other areas in the city, such as parks that may need that water. And you also propose that Seoul metropolitan government reflects more NBS into its initiatives and programs. And you also propose that we establish a governance structure that invites the participation of students and universities and the private sector of the city. And next.
Now, the Department of Sensible Waterfront City was established in Seoul Metropolitan Government, and there are 27 related projects that are underway, and it is led by Mr. Park Kong-bong of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am Park Kong-bong, Department Manager of SMG. Professor Kim Ki-ho and Professor Kim Hee-young gave their panel talk. And the Sensible Waterfront City is also related with the water circulation. So I feel a great sense of responsibility in leading this project. So while I would like to share with you 3 thoughts in running the project of the tributary restoration project. The water environment in Seoul City is not very good. As for the tributary streams, the water does not flow, especially in the summer season, and except for summer season. So during the other seasons, we have to artificially pump the water to make the water flow in these tributary streams. But because of the surface groundwater, underground water, we did some monitoring, and the underground water level went up by 2 meters over the past few years. There could be some reasons for that. It's because the sea level has risen as well. So what happened to Seoul City 10 years ago? Because the water was flown into the tributary streams starting from 10 years ago. We have 67 streams in Seoul City that covers about 334 kilometers. And they can be enjoyed on a daily basis because they are quite accessible. So this is one of the greatest strengths that Seoul has. While running the Waterfront project, we came to ask the question, what is stream exactly? Well, you can say water is the source of mankind. It is the source of our life. But with the industrialization, we have put aside the streams. We have covered them with paved roads. And after industrialization, we tried to restore these streams. Once they were restored, they were just there to watch, for the citizens to watch. But now we're at the moment of thinking about the next step going forward. I was born in a rural countryside, and every summer during the vacation, school holidays, I would go out to the streams and play in the streams throughout the summer season. But with the industrialization, I think that the older generation have rid our younger generation of their streams. So I think that now it's time for us to return the streams to the young people and to the children. And I think that's also in line with what we're trying to do with Cheonggyecheon, to make it accessible to people, for people to visit and enjoy. That's the direction we continue to take, and we want to make that vision more specific and concrete. Second, while running this waterfront project for Seoul, we thought about what kind of Seoul-specific waterfront we should establish. But before zeroing on Seoul, we thought about Korea as a whole. So we have beautiful pavilions near the streams. We had beautiful mountains near the streams. If you look at Korea as a whole. So Korean style of waterfront is waterfront that harmonizes with the nearby natural environment. Then what about Seoul style waterfront? We need to have a space for people to retreat and relax. There should be clear water, and there should be a little bit of infusion of mountains nearby. So we designated 27 waterfront hubs. One of the leading hub is Hongjaecheon, Hongjae Waterfall. And in Jungnam district, there is a rose-scented park, and it features a cafe. And in Anyangcheon, there is a car camping park. So basically, you can say that once all of these 27 waterfront hubs are complete, then Seoul citizens can have access to all of these streams on a daily basis. Lastly, to what extent should we expand or develop tributary waterfront? Do we have to revitalize it, or vice versa, just like the Hongjaecheon? What I'm asked by the mayor as well as the management is to go against the revitalization. But I think I am more for revitalization, meaning that it's something, that these waterfront spaces will be a space for everybody to enjoy on a daily basis, where you can go out and dine and jog. So that's the vision I have for the waterfront project of Seoul. So I work out in the fields, and these are some of the thoughts that I want to share with you from the site, but I'm sure that there will be more interesting ideas from the professors and from universities. Yes, please give Mr. Park a big hand. Just as he said in his last comment, he is from the administration, and as a person working in the field or on site, I think that Mr. Park is raising some fundamental questions. So once we restore impaired streams, what is the direction we need to take going forward? Personally, he wants to give back the functions of the streams that he enjoyed as a child to the children of today. And second, Mr. Park also mentioned about what kind of waterfront should Seoul pursue that sets it apart from other cities around the world. So these are some of the fundamental questions that he raised. And he also mentioned about a stream that harmonizes and blends in well with surrounding rivers and mountains. And he also mentioned about the scope of development of tributary streams or waterfront spaces. So I think that rather than sharing some proposals, he asked some fundamental questions to which our distinguished speakers and panelists can give their input.
The last panelist is Like Leonardsen. She is the Program Director of the Resilient and Sustainable City Solutions of the city of Copenhagen.
I am ready. Thank you so much. And let me thank you so much for inviting me. I would have loved to be in Seoul. I have visited Seoul once, and one of my biggest experiences was actually visiting the Jung-gu River. My son was studying in Seoul for half a year, and Seoul has actually been an inspiration for us in Copenhagen in developing our climate adaptation work. Copenhagen is much, much smaller than both Seoul and San Antonio that we have heard about. We are only around 700,000 people living in the city, but we have developed this cloudburst management plan to handle heavy rain. We don't have any rivers. We have one project that we are working on currently on daylighting a stream that has been underground, but it's a long process, and I don't have any pictures to show you of that. But I'm trying to change my slide. Doesn't seem to work. Hang on a second. I can't change my slide. I'll try and reshare. Hang on a second.
No problem. Take your time.
Yeah, sorry. It worked when we tested it, and now, of course, and I'm going into. There we are. Now it works. Thank you so much. I hope it will also work on your end. Yes, I can see it does. Well, I'll actually sort of start also where the keynote speaker was talking about the whole idea of making places out of places that was nothing before, whether it was like the Jung-gu River, a huge motorway, or in Copenhagen, many sort of odd places where nothing was happening. And one of the things that we have been trying to do in all of this is to combine nature-based solutions with water management, but at the same time looking to create what we thought about as recreational value. We want to increase biodiversity in the city, and by also creating new meeting places for citizens to meet, we can improve the social resilience. Green is good for your health. We can help fight urban heat. And we can also, as mentioned in the keynote, combine it with our general urban renewal, upgrading neighborhoods that are maybe have been overlooked in the general urban planning. There's opportunity for rainwater recycling, accessibility and safety, economic growth, and also combining things with the local architecture and local identity. And here are just a few examples of how we have been doing this in Copenhagen. And I'll sort of give you two concrete examples. One is from our so-called climate neighborhood in the city, where we have, there was a huge, big roundabout. There was a lot of gray asphalt and not a lot of things happening. But by reducing the paved areas with more than 50%, making the roundabout much smaller, but still allowing for traffic to pass, we were able to create 4 green pocket parks that are being widely used by the local citizens, with a focus on much more biodiversity and a more wild aspect of nature. And it's become a huge success for the local community to use. And that shows that with even smaller interventions, you are able to create something that has a huge impact on your local neighborhood. My other example is from another part, one of the poorest neighborhoods in the city, where we have been working on creating this project. And maybe it's a Danish version of the Sejong-daero River, because we have created this path going through a small park area, but the path can actually be turned into a small river when there's a need for it, leading the water from the top of the park and all the way down to the bottom of the park to this artificial lake that has been created, where you can store up to 15,000 cubic meters of water. And in that way, sort of increasing the volume, capacity to minimize flood risk, but also at the same time creating a whole new recreational area for the local neighborhood. And that is the main thought in all of what we are doing, is actually how can we combine these things so that it's not just ends with being a technical fix, but can it actually improve the local ecology? Can it improve biodiversity? And can it create places for people? How can we make these things meet at the same time as we're tackling climate change? And I really think that that is an approach that I also saw many years ago in Seoul. And that's one of them, I mean, because I was visiting it in 2009 and was bringing a lot of these ideas back to when we were developing our cloudburst management plan in Copenhagen. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today, and wish you the best of luck with your work. And congratulations for the anniversary of the Sejong-daero River.
Thank you very much, Nikkei.
So she gave us an example of Copenhagen. She mentioned that there is no big river in Copenhagen, but she did share with us some examples in which the city is fighting flooding due to climate change. And she highlighted how they are marrying different elements in the fight against climate change. For instance, how to create more recreational space for citizens. And she also mentioned that she had visited Seoul before. We have now concluded the round of comments by our panelists. So from now on, I think we can begin the Q&A session. I think we have some questions on the QR code. There is a question for Professor Kim Gi-ho. He talked about and he also proposed a question, and he also asked for advice on how to connect and revive the smaller streams. Also, Mr. Park also asked for advice in terms of the future direction of the revitalization of these smaller streams. So these were questions posed by our panelists, and there were also questions related to the definition of what a K-style waterfront area should be. Another topic that was discussed was the purpose, direction, and scope of these revitalizations or the promotion of smaller streams. Do any of our foreign speakers have comments or suggestions, or if you would like to respond to any of the questions raised by any of the other panelists?
Yeah, I think one, that didn't work. I think one big thing asked about how to reconnect the tributaries and the streams. And I think one example that we've had, and I asked yesterday during the Cheonggyecheon Museum tour, was community response and feedback to some of these things. We have the West Side Creek ecosystem restoration we're dealing with is the West Side Creeks are historically victims of environmental injustices. Downtown San Antonio was a very common economic driver, but it was also a very traditionally white European community, and the West Side was a minority populations, and the floodwaters were pushed that direction. So they were flooded out. They were historically dismissed by the leadership in the community. So I think it's really important to ask people in the community, what do you want to see? Do you want to see a Cheonggyecheon type of restoration? Do you want to see an economic driver? What do you want to see? Because like we talked about earlier, if you go in there and if people up on the stage, there's a lot of experts in this room. If we go, hey, we're the government and we're here to help, a lot of people go, wait a minute, I don't know if I want that help. They want to be heard and they want to be listened to. So I think it's really important before you set any sort of, I know I was talking to an individual yesterday talking about a 100-year plan for the Cheonggyecheon for Seoul, is making sure that as much as possible, every step of the way, you have that community input and that community feedback. So you're giving the citizens what they want to see, whether it's the full-scale stream restoration or if it's just daylighting a stream, putting a walking trail, and having a better place for people to commute into those neighborhoods. That's been a really big lesson learned for us. We got burned by not engaging with the public, and we've had a much better rapport as we've engaged the public more and more. So that would be something that comes to mind is and I'm sure you all are doing this, but don't make plans without the community having a massive input in what those plans look like.
Thank you very much. 지금 션 도노반
To summarize what Mr. Donovan has said, I think it pertains to questions regarding the scope, the future direction of these waterfront projects. He highlighted the importance of getting input from the community and also getting input on what the community wants in particular. And sitting here, personally, as we hear about Seoul's plan to become a waterfront city, as we hear about efforts to connect tributaries, and as an engineer, I think I had my functionality glasses on. And when we talk about water quality, we think about BOD, TNT, how we're going to manage these. And that was sort of my lens. But now listening to the panelists, reviving the tributaries, I think is not just a technical and engineering matter. It's almost an art because you have to incorporate what people want and what people need. So I would like to thank Mr. Donovan for his response. Peter, Professor Rowe, or anybody else, if you have any comments. Can we get Professor Rowe a mic, please?
No, I was sort of curious, actually, about the characterization of Cheonggyecheon. because as you well know, it did receive from my institution the Veronica Rudge Green Prize, which is an award we make every 2 years to an urban design project anywhere in the world that makes a sort of humanist kind of contribution to life, so to speak, right? And I recall very much what the discussion was in my institution about Cheonggyecheon. And it's something that I think we ought to talk about because it bears a little bit on what Sean was saying about the San Antonio River. And that is that one of the reasons we gave the award was because it was the first project in Korea of any scale that involved public participation. I don't know, I'm old, right? I'm almost 80. So I have a drop on a bunch of you up there because I recall this very well. And also it was a project that, using your Korean term pali pali, it got the job done in budget and on time and against odds which they didn't think it was going to work, right? So it was facing the sort of public reception issue of this is impossible, principally because of the transport and that sort of thing, which was overcome fairly easily as it turned out. So I think one of the things that we ought to be talking about in the Cheonggyecheon project, or at least lauding it for, is it was the first major public participation project in Korean history, or at least in modern history. I mean, I don't want to go back to the Joseon, but I don't think they were any less autocratic than Chung-hee Park or any of the other, shall we say, not particularly democratic leaders. That's one aspect, I think, of the Cheonggyecheon project that we need to applaud. And it also goes to the point that Sean is making about the need to ask the public and the need to get public participation involved in projects and to try to involve as many of them as possible. I remember very well, because I was closely associated with the Cheonggyecheon project, as you know, and the extent you went to with respect to public art, for example. You've been over backwards to have public art projects, many as possible, The thing with all of the tiles, right? For example, everybody did a tile and they stuck it on the wall. It means that public involvement in the thing, that it's my project as much as anybody else's project, I think, is extremely important. And I would say is probably the most distinguishing characteristic to me of Cheonggyecheon. I was also kind of looking at the project when you were talking about it, and I was saying, what happens if there wasn't any water there at all? Just green. I mean, I'm not sure that the dissection you're going through in sort of pointing out the problems are really problems, quite frankly. I will shut up now.
예, 지금 그 말씀해 주신 거를 조금.
Yes. So based on what you said, actually Cheonggyecheon was one of the largest projects in Korea, and it was very difficult to accommodate all the needs of the citizens at the time. But anyways, I believe
Yeah, but my point is, at least you tried.
오케이. 그 중에서 이제 좀 아쉬웠던 점.
yes, so we could have done better. And there is nature and the cultural heritage. We had to also work on that as well. So the challenges were quite big at the time. So regarding these comments, since Professor Shin also gave a panel talk on this topic, let's listen to what he has to say.
통역을 하시는 건가요?
Is there interpretation? As Professor Rowe mentioned, one of the success factors behind the Cheonggyecheon restoration project has to be conflict management. I think we did a pretty good job when it comes to conflict management, and there was a significant public participation as well. And I think that leadership was also an important success element. Overall, in terms of the schedule, we had a timeline, and in the process, naturally, we might have been a little short on collecting opinions. There has been criticisms regarding that. And also when it comes to enhancing the naturality, I think that this is one of the most important points. We need to think about waterfront areas, and perhaps we were lacking on that department as well. But as I mentioned in my presentation, there were constraints, but the constraints were not administrative or procedural. There was just too many constraints because of the environment. And compared to the Cheonggyecheon of the past to the present, the function of Cheonggyecheon were quite complex and multiple. And so there were constraints because of the location of the stream and the function. I think that I can stop there.
감사합니다. 이제 한 3.
Thank you very much. We have about 3 minutes left for this panel discussion, and I think that there are also questions given by the public, the audience. So I'm going to address or ask these questions in the order of interest. Just going beyond just simply decorating their waterfront, in order to make waterfront that is enjoyable to the public and how it can be enjoyed safely by the seniors and the senior citizens and children, what should we do? So that's a question addressed to Professor Shin. But of course, with regards to this question, other panelists are welcome to answer as well. First of all, Professor Shin.
저는 사실 그 청계천
I actually worked in managing Han River for 3 years before the Cheonggyecheon restoration project. Before the '88 Olympics, there were no facilities around the Han River. At the time, as a manager, I cannot forget the Han River at the time. The emptiness, if you will, was quite meaningful and attractive. And recently, there have been a lot of requests by citizens to build this or that on the Han River. So now we have swimming pools and we have shades. And so if you look at Han River, I think it has lost some of its tranquility. So it is true that whilst the Han River is now far more convenient, I'm sure there are some things that have been lost along the way. If you look at the Cheonggyecheon, you can walk along the stream, but because of its size, it's difficult to incorporate a different functionality. If we add elements to the Cheonggye stream, I think that it would actually disturb the pedestrian walkway. So I think we need a more comprehensive approach to enhance the convenience, if you will, of Cheonggyecheon.
Is for you the John Donovan? 여기 뭐 지금 번역 좀 해주실 거죠? 강을 복원할 때 가장 중요하게
You mentioned that the most important thing when restoring a river was listening to people's stories. So could you give an example of how that was actually reflected in the project?
Yes, it's harder to get out of my ear than I thought. So one of the big things that we have a big issue with on the upcoming project, the West Side Creek system, is the issue of gentrification. It is a historically, environmentally victimized part of the community, and it is still a low-income part of our community, and so there was people that were pushing back on restoration at all. They didn't want restoration because it would increase their property value, which would mean that it would be harder to pay their taxes, and people would come and buy their land, and so all of those concerns about being pushed out of their community, people who have lived there for generations. And so what we were able to do is, in certain sections, scale back from a much larger, grander restoration. There was even discussions about doing property buybacks, and so saying you're in a floodplain or you are adjacent to a floodplain, we want to buy your property and we'll give you market value, and then you can go live somewhere else. Like, well, I don't want to live somewhere else. I want to live in my home. And so those communications, those discussions, some people said, yeah, we're more than happy to adjust this or change this property line and have a park in this area. Or some people said, we don't want a park, but we're okay with a walking trail. And so you can walk in one day, and what we also avoided doing was walking with, here's our plans, because they go, well, you're not going to listen to us and change anything. You do that community input and feedback, you have your plans kind of in your back pocket, and then you make adjustments. And so again, the big adjustments that we've made coming up are, we're not going to put a park in this particular location, it's going to be a walking trail, or vice versa. So that's been a really big kind of change. And the other part is some of the scope discussions were to have a forested area, but the people that were there wanted to see more of a grassland prairie type of landscape and ecosystem feature. And so it's just those minor tweaks. We still have forested areas and still have grasslands, but because of people's feedback, you're able to respond and say, okay, this is what you want to see the river, grassland makes sense. Whereas over here, maybe you don't have a visual of the river itself, but we can have forested areas for different biodiversity types or bird types. And so that kind of, you're not changing whole scale, but you're making subtle changes based on that really place-based feedback you're getting from people has been a really big lesson learned for us.
예, 지금 시간이 다 돼서 맞춤형으로 얘기를.
I kind of summarize everything, but I think that we have to, cater to the needs of the community people. And one of the important aspects is, of course, we have to show something to the public, to the community, so that they will be convinced that something that is visible. But when it comes to also the gaining or securing the rights, so we have to put ourselves into the shoes of the community people so that the project can proceed. I think that we've heard some very interesting ideas today, although we had limited time, but there were two very important presentations followed by interesting panel discussions and also questions asked by the public. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and thank you, our panelists, for your participation. This concludes our panel discussion or session. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. With that, we will conclude session 1. We've concluded the presentation and discussion sessions. So we heard about waterfront projects in countries around the world, and we also heard more about the Cheonggyecheon projects. I would like to thank all the panelists and speakers of this session. And with that, we will conclude the first session. We will take a 10-minute break from now. It is 4:13 right now. We will resume exactly at 4:23. We will begin the second session, which will ponder upon the future of Seoul, which hopes to become a waterfront city. With that, we will conclude session 1. We will start session 2 in 10 minutes.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in 3 minutes. I would like to ask those of you in the lobby to return to your seats. Thank you. Also, I would like to ask that you kindly check your phones to see if it is on silent mode. And once again, we are providing interpretation services during the duration of this conference. For Korean, please press channel 1. For English, press channel 2. And please use the receiver set on your table and adjust the channels for the language of your preference. So also, if you leave your seats, please remember to leave the receivers on the table. We will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Again, I'd like to ask that you take your seats. We will begin in 2 minutes.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin session 2 very shortly. Please join us inside and take your seats. Once again, please kindly check your phones to see if they are on silent mode. And also, we are providing simultaneous interpretation. As in session 1, channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is English. Please use the receiver set on the table before you, and please remember to leave the receivers when you leave the room. Also, we will begin very shortly. Please join us inside and take your seats.
네, 정말 짧은 시간이기는 하지만 저희
Yes. So I hope you had a good short break. Now, please come inside and take your seats. We will begin session 2. In the next session, under the theme Which Cities Endure Challenges of the Sensible Waterfront City, we will explore concrete strategies for designing resilient waterfront cities that enrich citizens' daily lives with emotional value. Now, let me introduce the first speaker of session 2. He has led the development of the Seoul Urban Master Plans for 2030 and 40, as well as the Seoul Grand Plan for 2050. Dr. Ini Kim, Senior Research Fellow at the Seoul Institute, will present Nexus City, a vision for the next 100 years of Seoul. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ini Kim. Three years ago, Seoul City announced Seoul Plan 2040. And one of the biggest issues back then was Seoul is going to be more nature and people-centric. And that was the beginning of the waterfront city. And 2 years ago, Seoul Institute and Seoul Metropolitan Government looked towards not only 20 years ahead, 30 years ahead, but 100 years ahead. So for the first time, we established a long-term plan. We hear these two following questions. What is the difference between Nexus Seoul Next 100 and Seoul Master Plan? First, this is not a plan but this to implement specific goals, but this is to envision the future. It's a visionary plan. We talk about demographics, crisis, and climate change, and amidst this grim reality, we want to come up with a visionary plan. And second question is, a lot of the plans were designed for our generation, but the Nexus Seoul is a plan for the next generation and the next generation to make a city more sustainable and more ecological. So in that sense, it is an altruistic plan. Second, when we set up a plan, we have setbacks, regulatory setbacks, legal setbacks, time constraints, and so forth. And we try to implement a plan in the framework of regulations and law. But we wanted to just envision the future for our next generation. And in order to realize that vision, we wanted to go ahead with a bold plan to reform laws, institutions, and systems. So in that sense, it was a little bit different from the previous proposals. So the plan has been revised and modified constantly over the during the past 2 years. And now, why do we have to look towards the next 100 and not 20 and 30? People ask us. Well, there are lots of different crises, like safety-related crisis, climate crisis, and also Seoul City, it has become one of the most influential cities around the world. And yet, if you look at the happiness index, it is quite lowly ranked among global cities. So how can we enhance the quality of life for the citizens? How can we address the social issues, including technological divide and so forth? So a lot of policymakers are focused on addressing these issues. And we do not want to focus on policies that are short-term. These are the issues that need to be addressed fundamentally. In that sense, we have to seek structural reform, structural change that goes beyond the next 50 to 100 years. During the past 100 years, nature was sacrificed because of cities, and people were sacrificed because of city development. But now we want to focus on this nexus between nature, human, and science and technology. And that's what sums up the Nexus Seoul Next 100. Now, what is the vision that we want to have? It's to make our citizens happier. It's nothing that big. We want to make people take pride in our city, enhance their quality of life, and we want to realize all that through the nexus of nature, human, and technology. So these are some of the strategies. Now, we want to restore our environment, including the waterfront. And in the future, we will see more green spaces, and the Olympic Highway will be also renovated and revisited, and all the tributaries will be restored to go for more greener Seoul. 60% of Seoul surface area is city, and the remaining areas are green spaces. So we want to further develop these spaces so that we can greenify the entire city, so that we will have 100% green area in Seoul. And we will have waterfront and green spaces that are very accessible. And these kind of projects are good in its vision, and it's something that is very much welcomed by the citizens. How are you going to implement these projects? So 40 to 50% of Seoul City are occupied by buildings. And we want to create more green spaces. And so transition from old land lots into green space. And we want to also restore more creeks and waterfront spaces. And when it comes to the future urban planning projects and waterfront projects, these will be the guidelines that will be provided. So all of these disconnected areas by roads will be reconnected through artificial or natural green spaces. Now, when it comes to carbon emissions, Seoul ranks quite high, but we want to transition into a city that absorbs carbon through our green spaces. And there are many old, outdated buildings that are not energy efficient. We want to go for zero emission buildings so that we can make Seoul as a zero energy city as a whole. That is our first agenda. Second is human focus. Our city has developed a lot over the years. We made a lot of investments in infrastructure, developed our city center. So we improved the physical environment of Seoul, that is for sure, but we paid less attention to the quality of lives of the citizens. So the material wealth has improved, but we have to focus more on the quality of life. So we want to become more human-centric going forward. So humans, that is the citizens, can enjoy all of these different community care or administrative services within a few footsteps from their home. So centered on the daily life and time of the citizens. Now, when Seoul set up a master plan, we always focused on the center, and that was the periphery, and we tended to divide the area or this area into center and non-center. So all of these round circular things on the map are cells. So we analyze about 700 cells. 300 are green spaces, and 200 are commercial districts, residential districts, and so forth. So this is the kind of space that we believe it will be convenient for the citizens. So they are colored in many different colors. So we want to further strengthen these cells and rearrange them, reorganize them, so that people don't have to always come to the city center for work. They can work in their neighborhoods. And Seoul is going to become a very compact, centered city where citizens don't have to move around large distances, and they can enjoy all the services within their community or neighborhood. So if we go ahead with this project, then we can think about a 1 kilometer radius cell, and that will be a 15-minute walking distance. And if we have about 5 to 6 of these cells, it will become one small or compact city. And we also mentioned about the citizens' participation. So this is a kind of structure that Seoul can take going forward to engage more citizens. So going forward, Seoul should not only think about Seoulites or Seoul citizens. We are located adjacent to other metropolitan areas. So we need to think about the 50 million people governance. So this is the key. So 1 kilometer radius would be for 15-minute walking distance. And once it becomes bigger, it's going to be serve as a small city or compact city, providing all the relevant services. And we have 70 central districts in Seoul, as well as 50 universities. So I think that they will also have a very important role. And we also have to think about a complex or mixed-use city. So in these spaces, there will not be only offices, but medical facilities, administrative facilities, caregiving facilities, and at the top there will be UAM vertiport. So we have to move from functional separation, that is a horizontal city, to mixed-use, vertical mixed-use city. And what citizens want is they want to enjoy all of these different services within 5-minute walk from their home or 5-minute ride from their home. So we want to make sure that we integrate all of these different services. So you will see this type of image of a compact city with green spaces and relevant services that will be readily available. Now, last but not least, I would like to talk about technology. If you talk about technology based on space, I think that traffic and safety are the two most important elements. I think that going forward, like every city will be able to travel anywhere we want to go in half-day time. So there is Singapore, Hong Kong, Beijing, Shanghai, the cities located in Asia, and Seoul can play an important role as a traffic hub for all of these different cities. So important aspect is the travel time between the airport and our homes. So we have Gimpo, Incheon, and Seongnam, 3 airports near Seoul. So Seoul can become a logistics hub in the region, connecting all of these different airports. If that becomes feasible, then the space will naturally transition to waterfront centered. Nowadays, everything is very much focused on subway stations, but we have to move from two-dimensional to multimodal framework. And last but not least, I would like to talk about safety. We have inclined areas and hills and tributaries and different terrains in Seoul. Some terrains are very difficult to walk across, so we need to go for a multi-layer urban level system. So that goes up to 20 meters, and then it can be divided into 15 meters, 10 meters. So from the downhill or from the uphill to Han River, people will be able to walk comfortably, and multi-layer urban level system will allow us to better respond to climate change going forward as well. The slide sums up discussions with a lot of experts. So these are some of the ideas that were presented. So we have to make our spatial plan and governance more specific. We have to create best practices. So together with the Seoul districts, we are developing or identifying best practices, which I'll be able to share with you at the end of this year. So this important project should be consistent and durable and long-lasting, sustainable. So I think that this international conference serves as a good venue to spread the message. And last year, we held a global network with partners forum, the second meeting. And one of the important points for this Nexus 100 project or initiative is that if you look at all of these different local government initiatives, we have to have substantial outcome during their term of the heads of this local government. So they tend to be very much short-sighted and nearsighted. So that is why when it comes to projects that are very long-term, we have to have continued discussion with global experts and citizens. And we have to continue to convince the heads of local governments and the mayors and so forth that these initiatives should be continued and should be durable and sustainable. So I hope that we'll be able to gain a lot of insights through this kind of international conference. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Yes, so Senior Research Fellow Kim In-hee gave us a very insightful presentation. Please give him a big hand. Seoul, we look very much forward to how Seoul is going to evolve and develop in the future. So thank you very much for that detailed explanation about this initiative. And we have high expectations for the future. And we look forward to the next 100 years of Seoul City. And we look forward to your insight and input.
We will now move on to the second presentation. We will invite from Turkey a presentation titled The Mega City, Istanbul's Water Supply Challenges and Solutions, Past, Present, and the Future. The presenter is Ahmet Sachi, who is advisor of the Turkish Water Institute.
Sachi with a big round of applause.
Thank you for the presentation, having me here as a guest. I will be talking about Istanbul's water supply challenges and solutions, past, present, and the future. So it will be like a story. I have only 15 minutes, so I'll be as quick as possible. I have many slides. This is Turkey. And Istanbul is here. Okay, let's go. Sorry, I have to go back. Istanbul is right here. And the Black Sea is here. The Mediterranean Sea is over here. We have the Marmara Sea in between. We are like a bridge between Europe and Asia. And let's see the second slide. Okay. The water resources are the surface water resources. The old Istanbul is right here, the small island over here. It was first established by Romans, and the first name was Nova Roma, the New Rome. And historically, it has water problems. And as Professor Rose said, the cities are located usually near the water resources, rivers. But Istanbul is an exception. Historically, there is no freshwater source. And we have this Bosphorus, which joins the Marmara Sea and the Black Sea, but it's a salty water. The surface water used are here. Just hold on again. We have surface waters, reservoirs. I have to learn how to. Okay, these are the surface water resources we have. I'll be talking about one of the major water resources, which is located over here, and how we had problems with it, and how we solved the problem. So again, we have the Asia on this side. We have the Asia on this side, and the Europe on the other side. We have three bridges that crosses, and this is the Bosphorus. The Black Sea is somewhere over there. Okay, now The population is now about 18 million. This graph shows only 13.6 million. It's even maybe more than that. We have lots of migration taking place. And you can even have a curve fit for it. And the interesting thing is that the people, the old people, they live near the seaside. Probably they are more richer. The young people, the gray ones, they live inside the city. And the north of the city is a forest area, and it's protected by government. And the water resources are also protected by the government. The population increases, it doubles almost every 30, 40 years. The biggest surge occurred between 1950 and 2000. Today, Istanbul is more populated than Moscow and London. And the water budget is something like this. These are the reservoirs we have. We have problems during the September, November, December months. But then we have, for example, this is the recent value. The reservoirs are 80% full. Okay, if we go to the next slide. Okay. We have about 10 water surface reservoirs. The biggest one is this Ömerli one, and we have polluted this one, and we tried to solve the problem. I will be talking about how we solve the problem. And the amount of water we use every day is around 3 million cubic meters. And the water prices are more than $1 per day. It depends on the consumption. For industry, for offices, even it's like $3. So if you have 3 million cubic meters per day consumed, and even if it is $1.50, we talk more than $4 million income for the water authority. Okay. The historical water sites are, they have been a big problem in the past as well. So the first private company was established in 1885, and the first government water administration in 1933. So the Roman empires tried to bring water to Istanbul as well using aqueducts. As you may know, the aqueducts, if you want to pass through a valley, the only way they had was an open channel of that sort. And they had different aqueducts left from the Roman times. We talked about Emperor Hadrian, he was here as well. And let's see more of them. So they brought the water to the old Istanbul part, which was here, from different resources, and they had cisterns and aqueduct systems. These are the cisterns left from the Byzantine time, and inside the houses in old Istanbul, you still have water reservoirs, and in some of the houses, you can even fish. If you are at the lower level, you can do fishing. And some of them are very historical, touristic places. And this is the inside of the Yerbatan cistern. And the aqueducts continued during the Ottoman times. And I will quickly pass through this. They had this old ones, and we had even bigger ones later on. And we have even such long ones. They are also within the city, left from the Roman times. Now the optimum cross sections are, if you want to convey water, you should have the water height should be twice, the base should be half of the water height if you have a rectangular one. And if you have a trapezoid channel like this, the most optimum angle is 60 degrees. So to calculate this is very simple actually, but you have to know the hydraulic radius concept. And Romans, somehow they knew this concept. So in all of these aqueducts, you have these optimum sizes. Now, wood pipes have been tried, different types of pipes had been tried, pressure pipes. These are some of the examples of the wood pipes. They tried to have pressure pipes using wood and burning inside. The Egyptians used copper sheets. That's one example, I think, from London. And now, of course, we have pressure pipes. So when you have pressure pipes, instead of having big aqueducts like this, you can transfer the water very easily using pressure pipes. Pipes are really new, pressure pipes are new inventions. So the water was brought into the city for common fountains, and these are some examples of it. So these are the reservoirs we have, and we have more water on the Asian side than on the European side. We have 60% of the population here, 60% of the water resources here. So we have to transfer water towards the European side, and we have this Bosphorus here, the channel, which is an obstacle. So I will explain how we bypass that. We have different treatment plants on both sides of the Bosphorus. We have wastewater treatment plants, and the interesting part is what we do with the wastewater that is around the Bosphorus. Now, if you look at the Black Sea is in here. It was millions of years ago, it was a freshwater source. But because of a big earthquake probably, and a tsunami, this channel opened up. And the seawater entered, and the Black Sea life died, and they settled down. After 300 meters, you have hydrogen sulfide. You don't have any life over there. And this water is less salty. This water is more salty. So if you look at the cross-section, this is the Black Sea water coming from top, less salty. You have the more salty water coming from the Mediterranean Sea, Marmara Sea. It goes into the Black Sea, into the dead zone. So what we do is we inject our wastewater after preliminary treatment to the more salty zone, which goes into the dead zone of the Black Sea. That's one of the solutions we have for treatment plants around the Bosphorus. Now, we had water problems, but how we solve these water problems is, expensive projects. We brought water from another water resource. There's a river which goes into the Black Sea, which is 187 kilometers away. So we had a line which costed us about 1.18 or $1.2 billion. And we can transfer water directly to Istanbul parts here, the Asian part. We treat the water, we pass it to the European side, which we have less water. Now, the system works, you have one pump station only. It goes by gravity, and it's treated over here, and then it crosses the Bosphorus. So to cross the Bosphorus was a challenge, and we had a tunnel, which was like 135 meters below the sea level. And this is the tunnel. We have shafts, and it can carry a capacity of 3 million cubic meters per day, which is the amount of water we are using right now. So that's me right in the tunnel. You cannot enter there now because it's full of water. And you can see the Asian parts, it's just the middle of it. And water supply project, Melon, it has different phases. And we had this chart drawn in 1996, around 96. These are the stages that we thought we could supply water to Istanbul. Now we are at 2025. It has shifted a little bit somewhere here. And we are talking about 3 million, but we have capacity about 4 million cubic meters per day because of this new project, the phases of the project we are considering. Now, if we come to the pollution of the reservoir I have mentioned, this is one of the biggest reservoirs. It has a capacity more than 300 million cubic meters. And by law, this area is protected. But you can see settlements over here. So these are illegal settlements, and their wastewater, unfortunately, went through this channel. It went into the reservoir, and our water treatment plants are right here. So we started having problems because of nitrogen and phosphorus and carbon that goes into the big reservoir over here. So what we did was we quickly constructed a wastewater treatment plant and diverted the water through a tunnel to the Black Sea. So this was constructed in less than 1 year to remove nitrogen phosphorus, and we tried to solve the algae problem which happened here. So the algae really covered the whole reservoir, and our water treatment plants, they get clogged, the filters got clogged. And we solved the problem, the algae was gone, and we tried to fight with the illegal settlements, but in democracy, this is kind of very difficult. You have shanty houses, then you try to abolish them. The municipalities try to abolish the houses, but they are constructed again in a very strange part. And then when you have the elections coming, they had the water, the roads, etc. So they became a big town. Now they are converting them into very high buildings. They are earthquake resistant, etc. So the pollutions we had to get rid of them by treating them and sending them away. And what happened is that the algae grow because of nitrogen and phosphorus. After 1 year, they died and they settled down. When they settled down, the iron and manganese in the mud, because of anaerobic conditions, they dissolved back into the water. And suddenly we started having red water all around the city. This is one of the major reservoirs. It took us about 1 year to understand what's happening. So till I went down and measured, took samples to measure the oxygen levels here. There's no solution to this except you can take water from different levels. Try not to take from the bottom. After 1 or 2 years, the problem passes, but you have red water problems over there. This is the algae I have photographed, which caused us lots of problems. And the solution we had was to collect the water over here and send it down to the Black Sea. This is the first treatment plant we constructed, and more pictures of it from top. And we had, nitrogen, phosphorus removal, carbon removal in the plant. And this is the new plant, which is more correct design, actually. And you can see that it is working perfectly. You have the effluent water over here. It mixes with the river water, which goes to the Black Sea. And we can have irrigation around the system. And this is the outlet of the river to the Black Sea. And my time is up, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that great presentation in a short amount of time as well. 네, 짧은 시간이었는데.
Thank you for your presentation. You did not have a lot of time, but we were able to see many of the materials.
네, 물이 없는 도시가 또 어떻게 물을
I think he gave a presentation on sort of how water is supplied in a region where water is lacking, and there were many constraints, but it seems Turkey has overcome its issues with technology. Now we will begin the panel discussion. For the second session, I would like to invite the moderator and panelists to the stage. First of all, I'd like to invite Professor Lee Hee-jung, who is a professor at the University of Seoul, the Department of Urban Planning and Design. And And we would also like to invite Kim In-hee, a Senior Research Fellow of the Urban Planning and Design Research Division of the Seoul Institute.
We also have Mr. Ahmet Sachi already on stage. 네, 아멧 사치 터키 수자원 연구소 소장님입니다.
Next, we would like to invite Kim Yoon-jin, Director of Strategy and Development of the World Water Council. She is engaged in international cooperation and diplomacy related to water issues. Next, in charge of water circulation policies for more than 30 years is Mr. Jung Sung-gu, who is the Director General of the Water Circulation Safety Bureau of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. We would also like to invite Ms. Cho Kyung-jin, Professor of Seoul National University, Department of Environmental Design. And last but not least, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Peter Rowe, Professor Peter Rowe, who is a Raymond Garr Professor of Architecture and Urban Design of Harvard University Graduate School of Design. Please welcome our moderator and panelists with a big applause. Our panelists are all seated, so now I will turn the mic over to the moderator, Professor Lee Hee-jung.
드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Lee Hee-jung from University of Seoul and will be moderating session 2. Thank you for joining us. The title of the session is regarding the megacity, the water supply, and the challenges and solutions. So we heard the strategic orientation or the direction of both cities of Seoul and Istanbul. Now from the first presentation, Mr. Kim In-hee gave a talk on Nexus City, a vision for the next 100 years of Seoul, how human, nature, and technology will be the thread of Seoul's 100 years to come. He not only talked about the importance of water management, but also the future mobility and community recovery. So he presented a lot of different visions for the city of Seoul, together with the climate change response, and made some interesting proposals. And in the second presentation by Advisor Satsi, he mentioned about the water system of the ancient Rome and how Istanbul's population is 20 million. It's a megacity. He touched upon the past, present, and the future of the water crisis and how it overcame those crises and challenges. Now, based on these two presentations, we're going to have a panel discussion with panelists from home and abroad, how we can recover the city, especially megacity, and the kind of direction we need to take for cities to endure in the future. Now, regarding how we're going to proceed with the panel discussion, we asked for a discussion paper by each panelist that will be presenting the discussion for 5 minutes each, and then we will have an overall discussion, and after that, we will also entertain questions from the public. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask them. Just like we did for the session 1, please scan the QR code on your wristband to submit your questions real time. And I will share the questions with everybody so that they can be addressed. Now I would like to turn it over to our panelists to introduce yourselves and then begin your discussion. First of all, I would like to turn it over to Kim Yoon-jin, Director of Strategy and Development of World Water Council.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Yoon-jin, Director of Strategy and Development of the World Water Council. We are joined by renowned academics and experts to discuss sustainability and resilience of cities. So we're all here thinking about how we can guarantee resilience and sustainability of our cities. Listening to the presentations, I noticed that in order for our cities to become sustainable and resilient, there are some common requirements. When you are commuting to work, when you are passing the stream or a river, have you ever noticed any days when the sun shines on the water and the water sparkles? Sometimes you're comforted by this beautiful image, and sometimes your mood is elevated. And I think that this is what we mean when we think about water sensibility. According to a survey carried out in Seoul in 2024, 7 out of 10 Seoul citizens feel comfortable and relaxed when they are near the water. In the same survey, some respondents said that they were concerned of floods or disasters when they are looking at the water. So you have these two conflicting sort of images or emotions when it comes to waterfront and waters. And as even though they are conflicting, I think we need to address both of these concerns or emotions in order for the city to develop and grow further. According to the meteorological office, the temperature of the city has increased 1.8 degrees Celsius in the past 20 years, and the frequency of strong rainfalls has increased as well. And I'm sure we have all witnessed the impact of climate change. And for instance, also around the world, Dubai, which was always just worried about water shortages, saw its first sort of flooding in the 75 years, and some other countries have sustained damages due to unforeseen climate events. So there have been a diverse sort of array of water events around the world, and this has highlighted the importance of water and water management. As we face these water disasters, we are building embankments and taking various measures, but these are not the only measures we can take. People, nature, and water need to collaborate, and we need to create a platform, a structural platform that ensures this sort of collaboration. And this will ensure our survival. And so we need to create a space that can accommodate all three. I'm sure you all agree. The blue-green nexus was mentioned by Professor Kim, and I am actually drawn to this idea as well. If you think about the city environment, we need the blue, the water, and we need the green, the greenery. And if we don't connect these two, I don't think that cities will be able to grow or play a pivotal role in the future. So I would like to summarize what I would like to say to the four following points. First is ecological reconnection. We heard about the examples of various cities. We need to revitalize streams and rivers. We need to revitalize the ecology, and this needs to be kept in mind in urban development. If you look at Cheonggyecheon is the most famous of streams in Korea, but as mentioned earlier, there are a lot of tributaries like Yangjaecheon, Seongbukcheon, and Anyangcheon. And these are all areas where there are many projects that are being carried out. And we need more vegetation, we need to encourage more habitat, and we need also to connect all of these. And citizens are already enjoying these areas through pedestrian walkways and also bicycle ways. And this reconnects and creates a space for both ecology and humans. I also want to cite an example from Singapore. There's a park in Singapore where they transformed a concrete channel into a natural sort of flood prevention area. And by doing so, they were able to enhance biodiversity by 30% and also reduce flood risk by 30% as well. I think that developing rivers in a natural way is also a way to cool the city, which is getting hotter, and it is also an insurance against floods, and it is also a way to revitalize the stream. And I think that this will really help us catch three birds with one stone. The second point I want to mention is that we need to make these waterfront areas more inclusive. If you look at the Hudson Park in New York City, I'm sure many of you have been there or you have at least heard of it. If you look at this area, every year 17,000 visitors visit this area, and the crime rate is 23% lower compared to the broader New York City region. So this highlights the importance of accessibility. They have a lot of events here as well, which contributes to these figures. And so a lot of cities are building barrier-free loops, and this accommodates accessibility for the marginalized, and this is allowing for more connection and more accessibility. As I mentioned, higher accessibility allows for better mental health because of this water sensibility, and it also enhances the economic value of the city, and it can also provide a way to protect the environment. And as mentioned by our speaker from San Antonio, I think public participation governance is important, and I think that that's the third element that I wish to highlight when connecting the ecology and also building an inclusive waterfront area. It's not just about the infrastructure and facilities. We need to create a culture of coexistence, and we need to build spaces where memories can be made, and this can only be done upon public participation. The public needs to be part of the process where we think about what we want for the waterfront space. And what is important is that when citizens propose ideas, it should be and can be reflected in the policies, and we need a governance structure for this to happen. And in one example, students of a community took part in the design of a water facility, and they created a facility where when there is heavy rainfall, they can contain and hold water, and when there's no rainfall, the facility is used as a skating rink or a ski rink. And so I think that if you look at the Seoul metropolitan government, there are many projects where citizens can actually take part in, and there are many waterfront spaces where citizens can experience different things, and citizens should also take part in building a governance that includes them as well. And fourth, as mentioned by one of the speakers, through the digital twin platform, we need to establish a very smart system for designing and building these infrastructures and facilities, and especially in the case of a megacity like Seoul, I think that many different types of digital technology needs to be adopted. For instance, we need to be able to predict and monitor rainfall. It needs to be able to derive different scenarios through IoT technology. We should be able to monitor in real time. We should also need to check water quality in real time as well. And in terms of management and economic efficiency, I think that smart integrated water management makes this possible, and it is also an outcome. as well. If you share the data transparency, then credibility of the government increases, and this leads to changes in citizen behavior. If the data is transparent and if it is open and shared, then citizens can check and verify in real time. So citizens, when they access information, for instance, in real time on how water is managed and other resources are managed, then this brings change in their behavior. And when citizens change their behavior, this in turn enhances efficiency also in the economy as well. And this creates a virtuous cycle. And so I think maybe these 4 points can seem very broad, but I'd like to summarize and remind you of these 4 points. I think ecological reconnection, inclusive waterfront space building, public participation governance, and fourth, smart water management or integrating smart water management to urban building and urban design, I think should not be separate projects. They should be considered necessary elements for an integrated approach for blue and green nexus. So in building water spaces that connect the blue and green areas of the city, this integrated approach is important, and I think that only then can we create a water sensible city with waterfronts that include people and create spaces where they can make beautiful memories.
네, 김윤진 세계물위원회 전략개발
That was Kim Yoon-jin, Director of Strategy and Development of World Water Council. She shared 4 elements in how we can build a water sensible city. The comments were quite long, so I will not summarize what she just said. And she also summarized what she said, so I don't think there is a need for me to summarize what she said again. I will move straight on to the second panelist.
Next, it is Jung Sung-gu, Director General of Water Circulation Safety Bureau. Hello everyone, I am Jung Sung-gu of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Thank you very much for joining us for this international conference. Thank you our speakers and panelists. Water Seoul International Conference is marking its 11th edition. It is an annual conference, and this year it sheds light on Cheonggyecheon, which celebrates its 20th anniversary. So we wanted to look back on the significance of the Cheonggyecheon restoration project that's 20 years old, and we set up a committee to make proposals. But we also sought ideas from external partners. So with that in mind, we put together today's conference. So I am in charge of the Water Circulation Safety Bureau. Before, its name was Sewage Safety Bureau. So this name, or a new name for this bureau, was introduced in 2015. That is 10 years ago. So that was 10 years after the beginning of the Cheonggyecheon restoration project. One of the reasons for that change, of course, it was because of Cheonggyecheon restoration project, because Cheonggyecheon in itself transformed the city of Seoul. As our speaker mentioned, it not only changed the streams in Seoul, but the urban space as well, and also the mindset of the Korean people or the Seoul citizens. Back in the days, these small creeks or streams in rural areas benchmarked Cheonggyecheon. So not only the big cities in the rural area, but very small villages actually looked up to Cheonggyecheon to renovate or restore their own creeks and little streams and put in trails. So they also were very much committed to improving the quality of water. And my hometown is a very rural village as well. And I was quite surprised to see my village actually benchmarking Cheonggyecheon and building different infrastructures, including pavilions near the creeks and so forth. So our bureau is focused on streams and the sewage and also water treatment. Now we refer water treatment centers as water reuse centers. And now we're focused also on ensuring safety and improving the quality of water, and also flood control is also part of our activities. So thank you very much for your insights and inputs, our speakers and panelists. We will try to accommodate your feedback to further develop our urban policies. And the title of our session is Which Cities Endure? So I think that our conference is helping our cities to endure further going forward. So we will continue to identify the right topics that need to be discussed and addressed, especially in the field of stream, so that we can further develop our vision for the future.
네, 감사합니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Director General. Yes, the Water Circulation Safety Bureau was born partly, mostly thanks to Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project. The Bureau not only oversees the streams, but it tries to drive innovation in the mindset of people. And that kind of inspiration was spread to rural areas as well. And now the streams are becoming more water-friendly. And in the past, we were very much focused on flow control, but nowadays cities are becoming more water-friendly and stream-friendly. Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to invite Professor Cho Kyung-jin, professor from Seoul National University, Graduate School of Environmental Studies, Department of Environmental Design, for his comments. As introduced, I'm a professor at Seoul National University, and I would like to offer my comments, and I have three main points. I would like to make a comment regarding Cheonggyecheon, and then I will share a comment regarding sensible waterfront urbanism, and lastly, I will talk about the 100-year plan for the future. I think the Cheonggyecheon is actually an invaluable asset to Seoul. Many foreign guests talk about or ask about Cheonggyecheon, and sometimes it is in the textbook of other countries. I was also an advisor for the project, and I think that the value of Cheonggyecheon is immense. I think that it was large, it was very forward-looking, and it was the hard work of a lot of Seoul civil servants. But what is most important is that they listened to experts and they reflected this diligently. And I think that that is the true strength of the Cheonggyecheon project. And I think that is why it had a global impact and that it had a global effect. And I think that we need to continue that legacy by identifying another agenda or designing a new sort of priority. And in that sense, many speakers have shared their thoughts. And I agree strongly with what Professor Kim Gi-ho and Kim Hyung mentioned. One of the other values of Seoul project, I think, was that it was a very balanced project. It was about restoration, preservation, but at the same time, the project thought deeply of how we can use this water source as well. So it was very much balanced. The topic of this session is creating waterfronts with sensibility or sensible waterfront. As we saw in the video, since 2005, there were many projects, including the Han Renaissance project and also the Sensible Waterfront project. So agendas have continued to be set, and projects have continued since the Seoul project. And I think, therefore, the question that is posed to us is, what is the next keyword and what is the next agenda? I think that's something that we all need to think about as citizens of Seoul. And I also agree with Mr. Park Hong-bong. And I wasn't quite sure what a water-sensible city was until I visited Hongjaecheon. And an artificial waterfall doesn't seem like much, but when you're just staring at it, it's quite appealing because you sort of go into this Zen moment. And I think that these sort of small measures help people in their daily lives to enjoy the waterfront. And so I think that these sort of small measures have opened a way for people to enjoy the waterfront. And I think that instead of making these areas into popular destinations, it's important to make them into spaces that people can enjoy every day. Professor Che once mentioned to me that Korea is indeed a waterfront society because there is a child song about how they wish to live near the water with their family. And there is also a very famous drawing in Korea. I don't know if the artist actually drew an actual place or it is from an imagination, but there is a house and there's a body of water, and somebody is fishing in this body of water. So I think the sentiment, this waterfront sentiment, is within Koreans. So giving a taste of this to the citizens is quite important. So I have great expectations for the projects that are upcoming, but I think we need to keep in mind balance. So I think we need to focus on creating everyday spaces instead of making really popular destinations. And I think that we need to go back to the basics in order to do this. And at the very basic level is the ecology. So with these projects to develop waterfront areas, I think in the tributaries, we also need to pursue projects that promote biodiversity. And we also need to create spaces that attract not only people, but perhaps various insects and animals. For instance, we need to create spaces that are not as visible or that may not grab your attention, but still have value. So we need projects simultaneously that go hand in hand with these other waterfront projects. And as also mentioned by Dr. Kim In-hee, we need 100-year plans. And I also argue for these longer-term plans. And I think this is sort of a bold attempt, planning for the future generation. And we need to think out of the box, I think, so much so that we also need to look at it from a non-human perspective, from a living organism perspective. And as mentioned by Professor Kim Young, I think in order to continue the legacy of Cheonggyecheon, we need to restore tributaries, and we also need to integrate blue and green infrastructure. And I think we need to be more aggressive for the legacy to live on. And only when we are more aggressive will we be able to respond to climate change. I think only then can we acquire and build infrastructure that is strong enough to face climate change. We have the Han River unit, and we have the Water Circulation Bureau, and there are many different bureaus within the Seoul metropolitan government that cover and manage different areas or topics. But in fact, all of this needs to be understood as one connected system. So in developing a plan, a blue-green plan, I think that the various bureaus will need to collaborate further, and they need to be managed in an integrative and comprehensive manner. And so all these practices, projects, and bureaus need to be connected. And I think that we perhaps need to take a more closer look when we do this. The importance of governance was mentioned earlier. And currently, I am carrying out a project where we are recording the various aspects of the Bamseom. And we have city level, district level, town level citizens, and it's difficult actually to open channels of communication with the lower levels of government. So we need, I think, a governance structure that allows for or facilitates communication and collaboration between different entities in this space. And for Dr. Kim Min-hee, I think that I could suggest that we can think now about what comes after the water-sensible waterfront cities. Perhaps we can think 10 years down the road. Professor Cho Kyung-jin highlighted the significance of the Cheonggyecheon project, and he talked about how the legacy of Cheonggyecheon project can live on. And he also talked about how we need to decide on future agendas and keywords. He also made several suggestions / proposals, and I think he also posed some questions for Dr. Kim as well. When I was at the Seoul Institute, I also took part in the Cheonggyecheon restoration project, and so I fully agree with Professor Cho. I think that Cheonggyecheon led to unexpected changes to the city. I think it also brought about a lot of innovation in the city as well. So there were a lot of unexpected benefits of the Cheonggyecheon project, and so we need to look at policy innovation, and I think that the Cheonggyecheon project was very innovative. And in around 2002, Korea made it to the finals of the 2000 World Cup and merged with that. I think that it created a bigger impact on the psyche of Koreans, and I fully agree, therefore, with your comments. Thank you for your comments.
Next, I would like to turn it over to Professor Peter Rowe for your panel discussion.
Okay, this work, yes, it does. I'm not a local, so I don't sort of come at this from the perspective necessarily of being in Seoul and sort of knowing all the ins and outs about the ontologies and what have you that I've been hearing from other panelists in this thing. But it strikes me that if I think about Seoul, and I set aside for a moment, and I don't mean to be dismissive of it, the Cheonggyecheon project, which I admire a great deal, as you all probably know, it seems to me that the Han River actually offers more considerable challenges and opportunities than Cheonggyecheon does. And so I'd like to sort of talk about or make my comments in relationship to what to do with the Han, so to speak. Looking at it, there are a number of well-known and I think rather successful river projects, at least from a design point of view. You have to remember I'm an urban designer. I come at this from the standpoint of the palpable design quality of what's done, not necessarily it's better this way, it's better that way, etc., etc. I'm not ontologically inclined at all. But there are a number of projects that I think warrant mention with regard to the Han, and they're all relatively new. One is the Bampo Hangang Park, for example, which I think is exquisite in the way in which it deals with water features. It's a project by Leon Architects and Studio Volcan Landscape Architects, and a project of 2024. Also, I must admit, the Yanghua Park, by my Harvard colleague Park Kim, alongside of Gangman, for example, I think is rather deals very well with flood resilience. It's a project of 2020. And then if I think about the islands, for example, setting aside Yodo Island, of course, the government centre, but the nodal island by MMK Plus Architects and Urban Design, features a very, very, I think, interesting contemporary version of the traditional Madang. So I think it has a sort of cultural dimension to it that is worthy of emulation. And it's a project from 2019. And then if I think of the Bamseon Island, for example, which is a preserved wetland, and it's designated under the Ramsar Convention. I don't know if you know what the Ramsar Convention is, but it was something that came about in 1971, I believe, or thereabouts. And what it does is it's about the preservation of wetlands all over the world. And this project is from 2005. So these are all relatively new projects, and they form a necklace of improvements. What I'm arguing for, I think, is a sort of towards an incremental approach towards the Han, for example. And I say that for about 6 reasons why I think incremental approach is appropriate rather than a sort of big vision approach. One is that you match each increment to specific locational conditions, uncompromised by adjacent conditions that you might wonder about and let you infect the project. As a designer, this gives it, I think, a chance of being holistically and palpably a good project. Number 2 is the potential for variety in both scale and program avoids sameness and monotony. In other words, the increment being small enough and sort of specific enough and in everybody's interests enough, in other words, people talking to you about what they want, which we've been, one of the topics we've been talking about a lot this afternoon, seems to me go along with this incremental approach. Thirdly, projects designed and undertaken and completed within reasonable institutional means. In other words, a lot of these large-scale projects, we have no idea what the budget is, and it probably is immaterial in a way, but it should be. We need to be able to build projects that are doable, practical, and payable, like Cheonggyecheon was. Fourthly, I think the appearance of the Han River restoration, more or less under this sort of incremental approach, will be seen to be complete most of the time, because you won't know necessarily what the next increment's going to be, or where it should be, or what it is, so it will always appear as if it's complete. One of the problems as a designer I've confronted, particularly in urban design, is the larger the scale project is, the more incomplete it remains for a long period of time, and people, don't understand that, and it doesn't work very well. Fifthly, the allowance for future circumstances to become embraced as they emerge in the future. In other words, not trying to anticipate the thing 100 or 200 years out. That to me is a sort of a lot of false assumptions underneath the idea of these long projections. And And finally, overall, an incremental approach is a lower risk one and allows material variety to emerge and be admired as it occurs, so to speak. And therefore, again, it seems as if the Han River can remain fairly complete and innately palpable and usable by participants under this sort of approach, which is incremental, not a large visionary one.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Professor Rowe has given a lot of advice for the Cheonggyecheon project from its initial stage. He has a very good understanding of the Korean context and also has high understanding of different projects that took place here in Seoul. Thank you for your insight. And Mayor Oh Se-woon of Seoul has inherited the Cheonggyecheon restoration project of Lee Myung-bak and has implemented the Hangang Renaissance Initiative. And these days, there is another initiative called Great Hangang that is very much focused on revitalizing the Hangang River. And I think that Professor Rowe's remarks could provide a good input and insight. And he also mentioned about the importance of incremental development and its importance rather than a large vision. And of course, we need the policy as well as budgetary efforts to realize that incremental development. Thank you, our panelists, for your remarks. We have about 10 minutes remaining for our panel discussion. So maybe Ms. Kim-Ini, Mr. Kim-Ini can also provide some answers to the questions. And I think there are also some questions from the floor. So
조 교수님 질문하신 청계천 다음.
Yes. So what's next after Cheonggyecheon? That would be Hangang. But I think that basically when it comes to sensible waterfront city and all of that can be done well by Seoul city government. But we're now talking about 100 years and the next 100 years. All of that could also be feasible and implemented by Seoul Metropolitan City. But the biggest challenge is this is a 21st century green space development project. But from the fish population's perspective, how do they view the waterfront? I think that's the kind of mindset or the that we should take into consideration. And we can actually reference the case of San Antonio River. And there are some apartment complexes in Korea, and there are lots of street cats that wander around and roam around. And there was an apartment complex that helped to provide a habitat for these cats, and we helped to preserve the habitat while redeveloping the apartment complex as well. But there was another apartment complex next door, but they got rid of all the cats and they went ahead with a redevelopment project. But there was some negative impact, like there were lots of mice on the apartment compound. And so I think that what matters is our perspective. So what matters next is we have to collaborate together. For example, urban planners need to work together with the biologists and together with the veterinarians. So I think that we need a collaboration of all of these different stakeholders so that we can complete the waterfront project. Thank you very much. I think that Professor Cho also mentioned about nature, ecology, and biodiversity. So, and I think that Mr. Kim also shares your idea. So cities and ecosystem are intricately connected and interconnected.
I think there is a question for Ahmed Sachi, if we can see it on the screen. The question is, Seoul and Istanbul are both mega cities that face challenges regarding water. What areas of cooperation is there for the two cities? What are some areas of potential cooperation when it comes to water issues?
It's working. Okay. I think Korea is quite advanced in the electronic industry, and we do need lots of expertise in the sensors and the electronic control of the water and wastewater treatment plants. So this part, which you are quite strong, it can be a good asset for Istanbul. When we try to, upgrade our treatment plants, we need lots of electronic equipment, and we need artificial intelligence in operating the whole water system. Economically, it should be optimum. We use lots of energy for pumping water. It is not optimized. It can be optimized using artificial intelligence and sensors. And the risk when you have mega cities, you pollute whether you like it or not. Even you have the best wastewater treatment plants. When you discharge into the sea, you cannot remove all the carbon and nitrogen and phosphorus. There are other pollutants as well. There are emergent pollutants that we are working on, but we cannot remove. So we can cooperate on these issues, and I think it will be very beneficial.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I think it was discussed earlier when we're talking about cities of the future. Technology will contribute in us solving issues of the future. Recently, AI has emerged quite rapidly, so much so that AI cities and AI P&D, planning and designing, are being mentioned, and some see this change as inevitable. If you look at Korea and Turkey, they are mutually, I think, they complement each other, and so there is a lot of benefit to be enjoyed in the collaboration of the two cities. According to Mr. Sachi, Istanbul has very unique characteristics, I think, natural features, and I think there's a lot of thought going in to this industry, and there has been a lot of progress. If you look at Seoul, Seoul has grown into a megacity, and various issues related to this is being discussed quite actively. If you look at Korea, Korea also faces challenges in a transitional period. And so I think that your suggestion for areas of collaboration is quite significant. We only have about 3 minutes left. Dr. Roh?
No, I just wanted to make a comment about AI. I think Ahmed's absolutely right. To collaborate is the right thing to do. And one of the things we do know about AI is that at least at the code level, probably above that even, collaboration is in fact what everybody does. And they do it for selfish reasons, which seems almost contradictory, but it is what happens, right? If you're designing code for AI, you need to work with people who are coders, etc., etc. What you do with the AI ultimately, if it's invisibility, which is the area I work with it in, it's something else. You can be competitive as hell, but down at the code level, you need to have collaboration. I think the same thing is true in terms of the water systems. And I would support very much what Amit says, is collaboration is the way forward in these sorts of matters, not competition. Because I think if you go in the other direction, you don't understand how AI works, which is probably a lot of people in this room.
네, 감사합니다. 그러고 보니까
Thank you very much. I studied urban planning and development, and recently I served as a chair of a research institute related to AI, and I had the opportunity to cooperate with many experts in this field, and for me it felt as people from Mars and Venus were meeting up, because the way we approach issues, the way we thought of issues, we had so many differences in the way we saw things. And as Dr. Rowe just mentioned, in the future, as we seek to resolve challenges and issues in the water sector, I believe that it will not be easy to collaborate especially when it comes to AI, because we come from different backgrounds and we have different perspectives. But I am hopeful because I think at the end of the day, we are all humans, and so we live daily lives, and we have that common experience of living in a city. And so I think that the hope for consensus and also of relating to one another is there. And I completely agree with your comment that collaboration and cooperation is important. And with that, I think we may have to conclude this session. The topic at hand was not an easy topic, and it was quite a long day. And today we explored cities, water, and also waterfronts with sensibility. These were not easy topics, but I think we have managed to share our thoughts, and I think that we were able to talk about and touch upon the issue that the Seoul metropolitan government is pursuing at this time. I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. I would like to thank all our speakers and panelists and participants. I think we are very much behind schedule, but I would like to thank the audience who have stuck with us till the end. And with that, I would like to conclude the session.
네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 세션.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the presentations and panel discussions for session 2. Thank you, our moderator, speaker, and panel discussants for your hard work. Please give them a big round of applause. You may return to your seats. All the sessions prepared for this year's conference have come to an end. We've had 2 panel discussions, and we were able to gain a lot of insight and input for our future. From the vision of Seoul's waterfront city to global case studies of urban resilience, it was indeed a meaningful time where we explored how cities, water, people, and nature can be reunited or reconnected. I'd like to once again extend our sincere thanks to the chairs, speakers, and panelists who contributed to today's conference, and all the participants who showed your strong support. While today's official sessions are over, please do note that this Friday at Cheonggae Plaza there will be various experience booths as well as a talk concert prepared. So we encourage all of you to join us there as well. The Secretariat of this conference is now conducting a participant survey. Please take a moment to complete the survey via the QR code displayed on the screen or through the link you received by text message. We would greatly appreciate your feedback so that we can return next year with even better events. So please take your time to complete the survey. And when you exit, please leave the interpretation receivers on your seats. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude the conference. Thank you very much.